La 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 la. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, we're good to go? Okay. So I can start presenting. Okay. I guess. Will others be joining? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, no worries. Okay, okay. All right, so I can start presenting. Let me see if there are any. Okay. All right, so hello everyone. My name is Tulie, aka Natalia Mitiuriev. Don't be deceived. This is genuinely like my like virtual avatar that I present as myself in the virtual world. So yeah, I am here to present a demo of Marvelous Designer without Marvelous Designer, where we will only use Blender to make game-ready clothes. Let's see. Okay. Okay. People are watching on live stream and in person. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. So, background. I graduated from UMBC in 2019 with a Bachelor's of Fine Arts in 3D animation. When the pandemic hit in 2020, new avenues for income opened up for me where I could do commissions for VR chat avatars. And someone had, a really good friend of mine suggested, like, oh, hey, why don't you become a VTuber? And lo and behold, I got noticed from a couple of companies to be a character artist for their indie projects, and also I now serve full time as a junior character artist for a private company. But at night, I'm a VTuber. Ooh. But yeah, if you'd like to follow me on my socials, I am Tulie3D in like on Twitter. If you don't feel comfortable following me on Twitter, that's fine. Just reach out to me as best you can through Discord. Um, the presidents should have my info to contact to like bring me as a contact for each of you if you wish to reach out. So yeah, I developed a bit of a portfolio as like a character artist. So, why Blender? Well, because it's free. That's the biggest like driving force that I have to using it. Can be just as powerful as paid software, and there are community-driven add-ons that are available out there, where the idea is that you would have people make these add-ons for the benefit of the community. The add-ons are also like they're not subscription paid, like they're not subscription based. You only pay them the one time and then that's it. Like fini, you are done. You don't have to do anything more. You basically get to fund the developers directly into making Blender a better experience without having to go too deep into your pockets. So, game ready clothes. What are they? So, the idea behind game ready clothes is that you would have seams and UVs in the real world applied into the game world. Um, and it wouldn't be too high poly. Also, for obvious reasons, you want your characters to be clothed. Now, you could do the cheating method where you could extrude vertices and like mess. Sorry, You could extrude faces from the body and then call those clothes, but the reason why it's better that you have like clothes that have their own UVs that are oriented upright and whatnot is so that you can have a thread count that's applicable from the real world into the digital world. So you could have like stitches in place if you wanted to. Yeah. So, why game ready clothes, streamlined real world clothing onto characters, and you could also reuse patterns. That's another thing. You'll notice, like right here, the clothes are separate, like flattened out, like a real world pattern would be. If you were to go to Joann's and you bought like yourself some clothing patterns, you want to be able to have that applicable here so that you don't have UVs all stretched out and warped. So you could put in, let's say, company logos or something like that, logos on the clothing, and also the stitching. If you have uh, procedurally generated or seamless UVs where UV images of the clothing ready, you would want to have the clothes be spread out as though it were like real clothing in the real world. So we're going to be using an add-on for Blender in order to do this task using Simply Cloth Pro. So the idea is that you would have the clothes set up in the pattern way as you would in a Marvelous Designer. But you would do this all in Blender instead of using Marvelous Designer. You would set up your character into the scene, and then you would set up the patterns, the flat patterns, and then stitch them in to simulate them, and then having to rig them and put them onto your character. So I'm going to be doing a demo of that right now. Let's see. So just for brevity, if you like, let's say you don't have the add-on installed, you want to make sure that you go into your edit, preferences, add-ons, install. You want to find your add-on, install it, but then on top of installing it, you want to go into file paths. And then you want to make sure that you have, let's see, simply, it would be called like a simply cloth, like a cloth, right down here. Yeah, simply cloth. You would label it. You would also find the location of the templates. So what's really good about Simply Cloth Pro is it has the tools for you to make your own clothes, but it also has a ton of presets that you can like edit to your own discretion onto characters, like very very basic clothes like t-shirts, underwear, bras, like shorts, pants, and you can make from those pants like jeans or anything like that. So you want to be able to make sure that you have this set up, your asset library, because that's a new feature that Blender has is having that asset library. So let's assume that you've done that where you've indicated where you have your asset library. Let's go into the other file. Now, don't worry. She's textured with clothes, okay? So this is a character that we have who needs some clothes. Um, so what you want to be able to do is you want to open up a new window. There's going to be like a little plus sign right over here, and you would drag it down, and you would go right down here. Usually, okay, let's do that from scratch. So you would have the plus sign right over here, and it'll duplicate a window. Then from the editor, you want to change the editor type viewport. So you want to change that into the asset browser, and then you want to find which asset library. So you want to find the Simply Cloth library. So these are like all the presets that the add-on has in order for you to create the clothes. Now we're going to, let's say we want to make a t-shirt. Let's find a good t-shirt. Or we could even do like let's see, where sometimes it's the t-shirts aren't quite available. Okay, there we go. T-shirt. This says like male basic t-shirt, but it could also be a female based t-shirt. It's fine, it doesn't matter. So what you need to do is you need to drag the shirt into the scene. Doesn't matter where. Now it's going to be crumpled up in the beginning. You need to go back into the very beginning of your timeline. So jump to the beginning of your endpoint, and you'll notice that the t-shirt is far away. We're going to press numpad 1 in order to go into the front view. And we need to place this t-shirt right at the center point. So I'm going to press Shift S, selection to cursor with an offset, then press numpad 3 to go to the side, bring the shirt over here. Now, the thing is that this isn't going to work immediately on your character until you set up a couple of parameters. You need to set up collision physics on your character because otherwise the simulation is just going to collide in on itself. So you need to select your character. And then you want to go into your add-ons tab, which it's not T, it's N, the N tab. So we're going to find the SimplyCloth Pro. There we go. So we want to set this up. Let's say this doesn't have collision set up, but you would select your mesh and then activate collision. So activate the collision on this. And you want to bring the thickness, the inner thickness, and outer thickness at an even rate. Usually I put this around like 0.004 for more baggy kind of shirts. So we have this shirt, and we'll notice that there's some stitching going on. So with how it's put out there, oh, also, another thing we need to make sure that we don't do is you'll notice it's poking into the chest a bit. So we probably need to size this. Pressing S to scale. G to grab, and then putting it in the Y-axis. Now we have this shirt set up. We also have these preset cloth simulations that we can put together. You can also edit the simulations as well, however you'd like, to your discretion. Right now it's set to cotton. You can set this to denim, leather, rubber, silk, stiff paper, crumple, standard, pressure. So we probably want some like it to be all creased up. Crease is really good if you want to have the most wrinkles you have ever seen in your entire life. More wrinkles than your granny in a nursing home. I'm sorry, I hope that wasn't too far. But um so we could probably do crease. Now you'll notice that on the shirt, we can go into edit mode. We're right now in object mode. So I'm going to go into edit mode, and you'll notice that this shirt has the seams already put in place. But what if we don't have these stitches going on? The stitches are basically just edges that are attached to the other side of the seam, which is really, really good. You can actually do this manually as well. I'm just bringing this as like an example. So let's see, what if, like, let's say we want to, all right, let's delete the seam, like the stitches going down there. We can delete them, select. delete, like pressing X to delete edges. Like, let's say we don't have any uh, stitches going on and we need to place them. You could do the manual method of going to each vertex and then pressing F to fill. But there's a simpler way. You can go into edge mode, select your edges. You need to make sure that they're equidistant from the parallel in some capacity uh, to the other seam. You select the other seam. It's probably going to be seen a little bit better if in X-ray, maybe. And then you want to press sew. Oh, did it not do the thing? Hold on. I think it needs. Okay, so just probably those. So there we go. And it immediately sewed it sewed the missing stitches already altogether. That's actually pretty good. You don't have to manually go in to each edge and then having to uh, press the fill button. This is just like a way more streamlined method. So something that you'll notice with the shirt is that it has some thickness to it. We want to turn off the thickness. In the Simply Cloth Pro add-on tab, we need to turn off Solidify, but also we need to subdivide the clothing because even though we want to, oh, hold on, there's still some pokage. There's still some pokage. So I'm going to scale it on the Y axis, pressing S, Y, then moving my mouse, then pressing G, Y. And you want to make sure that the seams don't intrude with the mesh too much. Okay. Also, just for ease, I'm going to set the viewport view into random so that you can see the shirt a little bit better against the mesh of the character that you have. So we're going to turn up the subdivision by 1. But then down here with the regular modifiers that it has its own simply like a quality view subdivision. We don't need that necessarily because we already have a subdivision for the quality of cloth. The order on how these are placed is very important because what happens is you have the subdivision going on right before the actual cloth physics is happening. So it's calculating the cloth physics after it's being subdivided. There's also another factor that we need to make sure that we have turned on, and it's force, sewing force. This is the strength at which the clothing collapses in on itself at a speed that is relative to the gravity that you have set up. The gravity in the scene, in the beginning, it's set to 0, but it's going to get heavier once the clothing is set to play in the simulation. So you can do this either way, the vanilla way of just pressing play right here or pressing play right here. But yeah, we can go ahead and press play. Yeah, something's going on with the. Yeah, it's not quite doing what it needs to do. So hold on, let's see what is going on. Let's see. Collision, object collision is probably set too high. So we probably want it, instead of 0.001, it's another 0. Then we probably want to click on the collision mesh. Bring that down. Also another thing that I just noticed. The reason why it's doing that is because it doesn't have enough force on it. The force on it should collapse in on itself a bit faster. So force should probably be doubled to 4.0. Let's see if that works. Yep, there we go. Okay, and it works. And you'll notice there's some gappage going on, but also the clothing, even though we've subdivided it, it's not quite smooth. There's a smoothing tab that the add-on has, which you can also mess with down here, uh, because it's basically just like a smooth, like it just smooths out the vertices. So we could probably make the wrinkles a little bit smoother without having to have too much of a dense mesh. Okay, I'm going to open this window up a little bit more. It looks like a hospital gown. So we probably can go back and edit the shirt a little bit. It's a little bit too long for my taste. So double click, shift, 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 double click. Okay. X to delete the faces. And we don't need to worry about the straggling edges right here. They're not going to be able to connect into anything. Okay, let's see how it looks now. Okay, there we go. So something kind of t-shirt-esque. We can also edit it a little bit further down the road. So let's say we're kind of happy with this shirt. There's some weirdness going on. So when I'm happier with the simulation, what I'll tend to do is I'll also turn on self collision, because what's going on right here is it's not colliding with itself properly. So let's turn on self collision. The distance is actually correct. It needs to be 0.001 always. So let's see how it looks. Going back and then pressing play. Okay. And I'm just going to stop it right there. Okay, much better. See? Also, something that you'll notice is that there's some gappage going on. Don't worry, we'll be able to fix this next. So, we want to apply the cloth itself, but also you'll notice that, okay, I'm going to change this window into the UV window because I want to show how the UV on the shirt looks. But it's probably best if we do that. It doesn't like going into edit mode while it's in mid simulation. So I'm actually going to apply the cloth, and we don't want to apply the solidify modifier, and we don't need to apply the subdivision modifier yet. So yeah, boom, there we go. Ooh, it's a little too smooth for my liking. What is happening? Okay, that was weird. That was weird. Okay. Did it not turn on? Yeah, this is all experimentation. You kind of have to like go about it as you go. Okay, let's see. Stop. Did it not turn on? Oh, smoothing was turned on way too high. Hold on, let's see. Smooth. Simply smooth. Ah, okay, yeah, the smoothing was too high. Yeah, smoothing, like when it gets to a certain point, it will clip into the clothing. So we probably just need to go up to 2 or 3. So I'm probably just gonna go up to 2. And then I'm going to apply the cloth. Oh my goodness. It closed. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Blender has an auto save feature. Um, don't worry, don't worry. It auto saves. It auto saves in increments of 5 minutes. So let's see how it looks. Come on, open up, open up, open up. I can also do it from here as well. So cover, autosave. Okay, which one? Okay, did it not do the thing? One, autosave. Because I really don't want to have to go back to doing all that cloth editing. Like sometimes that happens, and you just got to make sure that the autosave is turned on in some capacity. So hold on. Let's see. Recover last session. Hmm. Nope. Okay, okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. Ugh. Okay, so let's pretend that we did the clothing correctly. Thankfully, I actually made a mesh just for such an occasion. So let's say we made a dress. We've like simulated the dress, but also we've noticed that there is some gappage going on with the dress where the seams are supposed to collapse in on itself. Um, what we need to do is we need to uh, connect these points together. So I need to select the dress. Like, okay, again, pretend we've simulated the dress. Okay, like, ta-da, this dress has been simulated. um, and yeah, so we want to be able to connect these points all together. And something that you'll notice about how it looks in the UVs. On, it's not right. Come on. Okay, so the dress looks like this in terms of the UVs, which is actually appropriate that it looks like that because the idea is you want to have the dress open up in such a way that the orientation of uh, the the clothing or has to be oriented upright as much as you can, and it also has to be oriented in such a way where the stitching is appropriate. If you look down on your own shirt, there are the stitching goes down uh, vertically, not horizontally, and that's another reason why you need to make sure that you have your seams done this way. So I'm going to size these down. Oop, size. Bring them in. G, X, and bring it in. There we go. Okay, so now we need to do the impossible task of collapsing in or merging these seams together. Now, you might be thinking, okay, you'll have to go into the arduous task of one at a time having to merge these together by vertice. Usually, you would do it by this method where you would go in, select one vert and then another vert, and then pressing M to merge at the center. But thankfully, with the Simply Cloth Pro add-on, you actually don't have to do that. What you need to do is you just need to make sure that you have like one edge selected and then another edge selected. So let's select one edge, two edge. Let's go into the Simply Cloth Pro add-on. And something that you'll notice is it's selected the around the arm area. You don't want that to happen. So I suggest going into X-ray mode, then pressing C, to then press down the middle mouse button to then deselect. Yeah, because you want to make sure that you only have these edges selected. Okay. And then you'll notice that there is now a new selection that you can do where it's like clean sewing. This is the set of tools that allows you to be able to either bridge a new sewing set of seams or to grid fill if you want. But I'm just going to press sew close selection, and there you go. So we're going to do that for the rest of the mesh. Ta-da! Double click. Usually what I do is I click, and then shift, double click. Then I want to make sure that nothing else is selected. So, whoop, no, not so. So close selection is what you need. Here we go. So close selection. Okay. So close selection. Oh. Yeah. It'll give like an thankfully it will not close in on itself if it realizes that it's looping around itself. So, going to go into X-ray mode. Deselect the edges right over here. Shift select. And so, close selection. Okay. And then, thankfully, there's a nice loop around the dress. Oop. Come on. Okay, probably not in X-ray mode. Okay. Double click, shift, double click. And there you go. So now you have a dress, but you need to make sure that it's watertight. So, what I mean by watertight is usually in video games, you have the option of having clothes where you can do uh, double sided uh, like materials onto the clothes. That's an option. But sometimes I like to make my meshes watertight. Oh, something that I noticed. I didn't close around there. Let me close here. So, shift. So, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it watertight around the neck and arm area, and I'll leave the skirt area alone because I don't want to get into any trouble with how the character is like rendered. um, but yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to select around the loop of the neck. Then you'll have this edge going on. Right click, then scale it, and then you can press M to merge at center. Now, usually, I like having another loop between the centerpiece, so I'm going to press E to extrude, then press S to scale, 0.9, and click down. Then I'm going to right click and then clear seam. Okay. And then I'm going to make another edge, extruded set of edges, and then merge them at the center. You'll notice that it's kind of collapsing in on itself very weirdly. We'll fix a little bit later. E to extrude, S 0.9. You also want to clear the seam, because we need to UV unwrap around those areas in such a way that uh, we just need to UV unwrap those areas a little bit later. E to extrude, right click, then press M to merge at center. Then we're going to go into wireframe mode, and you'll notice that now we have these endpoints. We're going to bring them down into the mesh. Shift, select, Shift, select. Then I'm going to press Alt S, which scales evenly in. And there we go. We actually fixed a little bit of that arm area. Now, usually you'd probably want to solidify the skirt area. Um, yeah, we could probably do that, actually. Hold on, I'm just going to select by seam, press P to separate, and then I'm going to give the skirt area a solidify. Okay. And then apply. And then I need to see. So if you want to be able to see your object without having to hide the other objects too much, you can press the slash key in the numpad. And there you go. Also, you'll notice that there are some stray bits of edges. You want to go into edge select mode, select everything, mesh, clean up, delete loose. I'm going to be selecting this set of faces, cross, because we don't need those. Okay, I'm going to scale this. And then press E to extrude again, then M to merge at center. Okay, then we want to unhide it. Then we want to merge it with the other skirt again, or like the skirt with the top again. So Shift, select, Control J to join, and then we want to go into Faces, select everything, Mesh. Okay, where is it? Clean up. Merge by distance. There we go. And it merged with the rest of the skirt. So that's the thing. You want to make sure that the skirt is kind of watertight in some capacity. So this is how I would usually do that, because we want to make sure that the skirt is uh, done in that way. Yeah. And then, yeah, so now we have the clothing all set up. But now we need to actually UV unwrap the areas uh, that weren't UV'd correctly. So for example, the edges right here, mark seam. Okay, and then I'm going to select those faces, then press the slash key to only focus on those areas. Press L, and make sure that you have select link set to seam. Hover over that face, select L, select L, select L. Then you'd press U to unwrap, and there you go. You have the UVs set up in that way. I'm just going to turn them a bit because we want to make sure that they're still oriented correctly. Okay. And then we could actually rig this. Yeah. So let me undo that. Like unhide it. Unhide the whole selection. Defocus from that specific cloth. Now, there are a couple of methods of rigging the cloth onto the character. One is the really hard and dirty method, although something that you'll notice is the origin point is set right over here. We want to make sure that the origin point is set to 0 and that the scaling is also set to 1. So I'm going to press Control A to apply all transformations. There we go. All transformations have been applied. And then we want to be able to rig the clothing onto the character. One method of doing it is you could just select the clothing and then select the rig, and then pressing Control P to set weights with automatic, like to set the weights automatically by distance. But the problem with that is it doesn't take into account all of the weights that the character themselves already have. So we're actually going to do some linkage. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the clothing, and then we're going to select the mesh that we want to transfer vertex weights from, and then press Control L. Transfer mesh data. Then we want to go into vertex groups, change the vertex mapping into nearest face interpolated. Then we're going to go by all layers. Okay. And then we're going to give the clothing its own armature, rig. And then let's see how it looks. And yeah, there we go. Clothing follows the character and it's ready to go. So yeah, that's how you do it. It took a while, but yeah, that's how you do it. um so yeah, let me see if there are any questions or anything like that. Do you need Blender being Blender? Do you need a strong computer to run the cloth simulation? Um, Not too strong. My setup is usually just I have like a 32 gigs of RAM. And I have like an RTX 3090. So it's kind of powerful, I will admit, but you don't need to make it too powerful. Yeah. So, yeah. I think I have like a room for questions, comments, concerns. Yeah, I think. Let me know.
Thank you, Tulie, for that great presentation. I know I will definitely be using some of those techniques because one of the characters in the game that I'm helping make is made in Blender, and we do need clothes. So this is great. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. And also, I just want to mention that I'm not sponsored by the creator of the add-on.
Got it.
I just really love the add-on itself, and I just love that it has all of the little tools in it, where you don't even have to make clothes for some of the merge um, edges. You can do that with like other characters if you wanted to. Yeah. But yeah, are there any like questions out there?
Let me ask. Any questions? Oh, Seth put one in Q&A if you want to check that out.
Oh, okay, okay. Did you make the clothes for your avatar using this technique? Yeah, I actually did. Well, to an extent. I used a combination of that and also a bit of some cheating where what I did was uh I extruded faces from the character model and then just slightly maneuvered it, but I used the technique of transferring mesh data onto the character's vertex weights. So I did use that kind of combo going on. Um, so yeah, it's a bit of mixed boat in a way that I did with my avatar. Uh, but it's really nice that people are asking about like my avatar. uh,
Yeah, it's a really cool avatar. I'm
Thank
loving
you.
it.
Thank you. I made her myself.
Sweet. We have another question.
Oh, yes. Do. I was a little late to the stream. What is the name of the app? Could repeat it, please? Oh, yeah, it's called the Simply Cloth Pro add-on from the Blender Market. I'll actually link it if you would like. Let me see. I have it up on the screen. Let me go ahead and go into Simply Cloth Pro add-on. Yeah, let me link that to you. Yeah, there we go. Okie dokie. And any other questions? Because we do have like a lot of time.
I think someone might have a question, but never mind. Well, if nobody has any other questions, one last round. Any questions? Oh, I guess not. Well, thank you so much, Tulie, for for that awesome presentation. I know I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Do you want me to just end or anything like that?
Um, yeah, you're good to end.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Like the whole AR kit, and then like the hand tracking. Like, hold on, let
Yeah,
me.
for sure. All right, cool. I'm good to go then. Awesome. Okay. Hi everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but I'm excited to be here-ish. Um, I'm gonna talk about oh, can you see my PowerPoint by the way? I assume I'm just gonna assume you can. Uh, I'm going to be talking about Blender and 3D art and how to make a character. And this is kind of a preview of like a video I'm about to make, sort of. So um, it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be cool. So I am, I'm Savannah. Um, for those of you who don't know, I make 3D characters for games, game assets, and I've worked in both AAA games and indie games. And I love sculpting and making YouTube videos and stuff. So um, this is some of my work, both just sculpt personal pieces as well as some game assets. Oh, you can't see it? Sorry. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. My bad. Anyway. um, so yeah, this is some of my work. And my credentials are I have been hired at least one time before. So you should listen to me. But also, in all seriousness, I've worked um, in briefly in serious games as well as entertainment, and I can say that indie and AAA and all of these different types of studios have a lot in common. So I hope I have a good perspective that can be helpful on that. Uh, this is some of my social media presence. If you guys haven't seen it, uh, which if you have, I'm sorry, but I make edutainment and parodies and some other stuff. So these are some of my videos that I've worked on, and another project that I'm working on right now, which is a TV pilot called Space Scouts. So that is in the works in the background. So we're gonna be talking about how to make Link today in the style of Hades, which some of you may have seen on the internet already, but uh, it is a combination of ZBrush and Blender with shaders, as well as grease pencil, which is something I did not know how to do, which I learned to do and now know an uncomfortable amount about. So I feel like I don't really see many people using grease pencil or talking about it, and I wanted an excuse to try it. So that's why I did this. So and I'll open up the file and like spin it around and stuff too and talk about it. And I would love to answer any questions if anyone has any questions as well. So first I do ZBrush sculpt, and I started like this, where it's like a bunch of spheres that I squish into like a gross thing, and then I kind of combine them. And you can use Dynamesh or ZRemesher or Remesh by Union with ZRemesher. I prefer the latter, but you can use Dynamesh. And then I work with a lot of single-sided meshes to create things like cloth with dynamic subdivision and stuff. Makes it really, really easy. You can totally do this sort of thing in Blender, like with the solidify modifier. And it's a slightly different workflow, but and I haven't done nearly as much Blender sculpting as I have ZBrush sculpting, but it is definitely a thing that exists. And so I make the base mesh, and this whole time I'm keeping polygroups. That's very important because it makes it way easier to sculpt and like isolate things to do more sculpting on. And then I refine it, and I sculpt, as you can tell early on, pretty low poly, and I only add detail when I'm like out of stuff to do. So if I like if the shape is as defined as it can be with the geometry I have, then I'll add like a subdivision. That's generally my approach. I find it makes it a lot easier to make like smooth surfaces and stuff. So this is basically like the finalized sculpt ish. Uh and then you can go into posing. This is with the like kind of finalized grease pencil on it already, but you can do the masking method, which is where the polygroups come in handy in ZBrush, where you just kind of like mask like the arm and then like rotate it and like stuff like that, which is how I've done it traditionally in the past. I don't recommend it necessarily anymore because it's just way easier to like throw a rig at it and then like pose your sculpt that way. And like it doesn't have to be perfect, and you can like what I did was I kind of very quickly rigged it with Auto Rig Pro, hashtag spawn, and and I really really love how fast that is to do. But yeah, so I just throw a crappy rig at it, and then I import that back into ZBrush to like fix it basically, and then I import it back into Blender. When you're posing it and like figuring out how you're gonna do your render and stuff, and this is obviously like not for a game asset. This is for like it's functionally like a 3D illustration. Um, I always have my camera up on the side so that I can like see what the picture's gonna look like, and that's really important because you like might think you know how you want it to look in your head, and then you go to like do a render of it, and then you realize there's like weird tangents or it just doesn't look as good as you like wanted it to. So camera's awesome, having two viewports and that sort of thing. So now for the texturing part of it, so our model is done, our sculpt is done, and we are going to do some texturing. So because we're doing this in the style of Hades, I went through and I zoomed in real close to look at all of the different characters and stuff, because this is kind of supposed to look like a 2D drawing, but at the same time it's not, because it's grease pencil and Blender. So what I focused on was the fact that it's like easily a toon shader, which is what I ended up using, as well as a lot of accents such as the rainbow bits, which are the best part of the Hades art style. They're so cool. Love the rainbow bits. Really saturated midtones around the shadows, like basically on everything. Not exactly everything, but most things. The really colorful rim lighting, sharp edges, that sort of thing. Very black shadows, of course, hallmark of the style. And there's like a sketchy kind of illustrative feel to the whole thing. And a lot of like detail lines, as you can see, like there's little lines here, nice little like bits just everywhere. It feels very illustrative and beautiful. Oh, and for the saturated midtones thing, this is definitely a sort of painting thing that's more relevant there, but I find that I use this just all the time in 3D art. It's just the color boomerang, which is a term that I believe came from Keenan Lafferty. I think I learned it from him, from his YouTube tutorials. He's great. Keenan Lafferty. He's the next writer, I believe. But the color boomerang is basically, you got the square. I should have put a picture on here. I didn't. Sorry. the color picker like square where it's like desaturated, and then like you can change the hue and everything. You have all the values of like a certain color. The color boomerang is basically just things that are highlighted are really desaturated, and then as you move towards the midtones, then they become the most saturated, and then as you move back towards the shadows, they become desaturated again. So it looks like a boomerang on the thing. So something cool factoid to keep in mind just in general about color theory and stuff. So anyway, so analyze the source material. We got Achilles and his pal Patroclus over here, who I looked at these portraits a lot. I looked at Thanatos a lot for kind of the vibe of like how to translate Link from Breath of the Wild, who's like not at all reminiscent, I would say, of the Greek gods in this game, and trying to translate that into like a cool warrior buff dude sort of thing. So for the toon shader, and I'll go into Blender after the PowerPoint and talk about this. I don't know how many of you are using Blender for shaders and stuff, but these principles definitely apply if you're going to be working with nodes just in general. Like I actually learned nodes for shaders in Unreal Engine first, and then learned Blender afterwards. And I found that like, because I already knew, maybe it was Substance Designer actually. I used Unreal and Substance Designer first, basically, and like the knowledge, the nodes aren't the same, but they are basically also the same, and like the knowledge transfers from like program to program. So nodes are awesome. But anyway, this is basically the toon shader. It is nothing super fancy. for the base material. If you want to learn how to make a toon shader in Blender, you can easily just like click on the first video that pops up when you search that. But I have like a regular principled material. So this is like a default material. And then I put it into a shader to RGB, which takes the shader and turns it into RGB values instead of like a normal shader kind of. And then that goes into a color ramp. So what I'm doing is I'm forcing light at different like value ranges to display as the colors from black all the way to white here. So there won't be any like color information from the lights. And then that goes into the material. And the reason I have a texture coordinate with a mapping node is because if you hook this up to the base color in your principle, you can control a little bit more like how the shadows sort of behave and like where the cutoff is for the toon shader with these values, like any of them. And I don't have like a specific like make it this number and it'll be awesome. Like I literally just like slid it around until it looked pretty good. So I think that's just kind of the way it is. This is how I added so that's the base material. This is the material plus a colorful rim light, which you think, but wait, with the toon shader, you have to force the colors to be, you know, the colors from the color ramp. But you can actually trick a toon shader into having into receiving light, like color from light kind of. And what you do basically is you take another material, you throw it all into a mix at the end and put it in the material output, but you can take a material, you know, same thing, shaded RGB, doesn't matter what the material is. And then if you separate the color out into the channels, so I chose the red channel and feed that into a color ramp with a mix like of the color that you want for the light, you can tell it, okay, only make lights that are this color, like listen to this information. So what I'm doing is I'm telling the shader, if there's a red light in the scene, make it, instead of following what this says, but just make it skin colored, you're going to make it green. So you can do this with, you know, I'm sure there's ways to do more channels than just these three, but I could also, if I wanted to have a different color rim light, I could use the green channel. And I just thought that was a very cool trick to like get a little bit more out of your toon shaders because they're kind of inflexible like by default, but they can do some really cool things in Blender. Oh my God. Ugh. Sorry, there's an ad. You know what? I think we can actually skip this ad. Sorry about this, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, so lighting. This is kind of the base. The toon shader by itself, like with just one light, with a directional light or a sun or whatever you want to call it, they're all the same. Looks like this. And when you add, I kind of did this at the same time, so it's a little weird to show it this way, but just so you kind of understand, I think I have like 80 lights in the scene or something like that. It's a little bit absurd, but what I'm doing is I'm using lights with a very small like radius range and like kind of low brightness to manipulate the toon shader into giving me the shadows and the highlights that I want. Because if you compare the first one with the last one, like the last one's kind of like the complete lighting. There's a lot of like weird, awkward, ugly shadows, and like I could correct that with the grease pencil pass I'm gonna do after this, but that takes a really long time, and I'd like to do like as little grease pencil as I can. So I'd like to get the most out of, especially if it's like big, large shadows and highlights and stuff that would require a lot of painting. So this is with all the extra lights that I added, and this is the anti-lights. And I'm very excited to talk about anti-lights because they're really cool and they work the best with toon shaders out of everything. And you can use them for anything, but anti-lights are just lights set to a negative value, and they do exactly what they sound like, which is make things darker. But they do get kind of weird, like they kind of like crunch the saturation sometimes on things that are not toon shaders. The reason it works really well with toon shaders is because like you're forcing the color to be one of the colors from the color ramp that you assign in the material. So it can't mess up the saturation, which is cool. But I found that I got just tons of control by putting like a ton of lights. And when you use anti-lights, they're really powerful. Like, you know, you can set lights to extremely high values and get a lot of bang for your buck. But with anti-lights, I don't think I set any of the lights in the scene to a value less than -2. So like usually like -0.1, -0.5, -0.8, you know. like around the less than 1 range, but in some instances like -2. So something to keep in mind. Anti-lights are awesome. And this is what the lights look like. There's a lot of lights. This is all of them. This is just like lights plus anti-lights. And it's being used to manipulate the shadows and stuff and create a base. So for grease pencil, this is basically kind of the sort of thing, and I'm gonna talk about this more in Blender as well, but because it's a little bit easier to talk about. Grease pencil is kind of like difficult to talk about without orbiting around with it and stuff. But grease pencil is scary if you've never used it, but it's basically just drawing in Blender, and there's a couple different modes for how to apply it. You can draw with grease pencil on the axis of like the cursor. So if I put the cursor in 3D space, everything I draw will be on that like plane with the in line with the cursor. For what I'm doing, I'm using the snap to surface mode, and that's exactly what it sounds like. It just snaps the grease pencil to the surface. And you can set the offset to like 0.01, like something extremely small that's not 0. So it's like slightly offset and won't Z fight with the model. And also, before you do any grease pencil, make sure you like apply your scale and transforms and stuff, and have no keyframes or whatever, because like if stuff moves, man, like it won't, it won't go with it. So just make sure everything's where it's supposed to be before you start doing your grease pencil stuff. You can just do this with a texture, but I wanted the flexibility of being able to like add dimension with the drawing and stuff, and I also just really wanted an excuse to use grease pencil and stuff. But yeah, you can use there's like a layer system with grease pencil, so I think I had like the majority of my black lines and stuff on a higher level, and then like the color on a lower. There's still multiple different ways to sort it, meaning like what order stuff goes in. Most intuitive, of course, is like any layer system in which, layer on top is on top of stuff below. So that's what I did. And this is just the grease pencil. All of the grease pencil that I did on the model to like correct, if you will. I quickly realized, I was like, oh, I should, like, I hadn't done his like eyes, and I was gonna do that with the shader, with like a toon shader, and like kind of sculpt it and ZBrush and everything. I was like, I'm just gonna like, I'm just gonna do it in grease pencil. And that's like the cool thing about it, which is it's very freeing to kind of be able to do whatever you want. I did a lot of edging on stuff, like you can see with the shield. The majority of the outline stuff though is using like the kind of standard outline method in Blender, where it's like you add a solidify modifier that's inverted, and you give it like a black material. It's the same as like in Unity or Unreal Engine. You guys have probably done something similar with it. It's the same principle where it's an outline. It's just kind of flipped, model flipped, and inverted. The normal's flipped. So that is, I would say, the end of my PowerPoint. Now I would love to show you guys the Blender and ZBrush stuff. Let me switch my window real quick. So let's do ZBrush first. And tell me if you can't see ZBrush. But where is he? Where is he? Here he is. Okay. So this is kind of like where I ended in ZBrush, and you can check out his awesome legs. I sculpted the whole body. I usually do, just because it's too difficult to like understand, for me anyway. It's too difficult for me to understand proportions without doing the whole body, so I usually block it in some capacity. And sometimes I change my mind, like, oh, I actually want to do full character body. So but yeah, this is the model for the most part. I didn't actually render the back of the sword thing yet, but we'll get there. So yeah, like I sculpted the full character like in full detail and everything. And I plan to do some renders where it's like, more of like a marble kind of statue-y type thing, just to highlight the details of it. But yeah, the even this version where I import it back in, I still have the polygroups. This character does not have a mouth bag as a treat, because it's annoying to make those. But I can actually, I have a really good method on how to make mouth bags I can talk about at the end as well too. But I keep all my polygroups, makes everything super easy, like the whole time. So yeah, this is This is basically the sculpt, and I have my detail kind of still, like, I have it still in subdivisions. I had lower levels of subdivisions before, like, that I don't need anymore on the base skin, but you get the idea. By the way, if this happens to you in ZBrush because you fat fingered your keyboard, Control N, it'll fix it. It's one of those beginner problems in ZBrush that like no one knows how to Google, where they're like, there's a lot of my model on the screen. Help. And that's what ZBrush specializes in, being like ungoogleable. So anyway, yeah, this is the sculpt. And where's Blender? Blender is right here. And I wanted to talk briefly about kind of like all the stuff, how I did it in here. This is the grease pencil, like without the stuff on, so it looks all funky. And the reason it's pink is because there's a material on it. You have to have a material on your grease pencil, but what is really cool about it is here, I'll show you the fact that you can I'm in the wrong window. The fact that you can actually, instead of drawing, like making a new material for every color, you can go in here. So like I'm on my material, which is whatever that named very well. And you can say, okay, never mind. I'm gonna draw the material, but it's gonna be this color. It's like a weird grease pencil thing. I'm not exactly sure why. So yeah, this is kind of the model in 3D. This is the super duper powerful rim light thing that is red that I was talking about, where you can trick the shader into doing what you want. I can remember which, as you can see, I've named the lights extremely well. If I can remember which one it is, I think it's this one. Yeah, see, so this is red, and like on a normal shader, like this sword thingy actually doesn't have a material on it, so like it's just got the default thing, which is why it's showing up as red, because it's red light. So yeah, super powerful. Love that for us. It's very cool. In Grease Pencil itself, I've got a bunch of layers, which is somewhere. I'll just click on it actually. Where is it? Oh my god, there's too many lights in the scene. Great method, highly recommend. So and actually that's how a lot of, with the millions of lights thing, that's how a lot of people present their Unreal Engine projects too, where they want to showcase the character. Never underestimate like having 50 lights to correct lighting, because like if you're doing an illustration or presenting a model like with the turntable or whatever, it's just super powerful to use like obscene amounts of lights to correct stuff. So if I'm in draw mode, I'm over my properties on the side. You can see all of the layers. So like I've got like the majority of the color on the bottom layer, and then I've got the majority of the lines, and I separated some stuff out above it, but it's got my rainbow bits in one place as well. So yeah, super helpful. Definitely recommend it. There's something else I wanted to talk about in Blender, but I don't remember what it was. But I'm trying to think. If anyone has any questions, by the way, while I'm talking, you can like totally ask them. Oh, I could talk about AutoRig Pro, I suppose, but I don't want to hashtag spawn too hard. But basically, either Rigify or AutoRig Pro, or what's the other one? Is it Cloud Rig or something like that? Honestly, no matter what you choose, I can't recommend like auto rigging things enough. It's great to know how to learn like to rig stuff, but if you can like once you have an understanding of it, if you can just auto rig things, like there's not really a reason not to, because it saves you a ton of time. You know, you don't need to like continue proving that skill over and over again. But I could also talk about a little bit about the material, or maybe I'll show the lights. I think that's what I wanted to show. So with the anti-lights, I'll just pick one and kind of show what it's doing. I'll pick a better one than that one though. So here's a good example of an anti-light. So I got this cool shadow by his hair, and what it's doing is it's literally just sucking the light out of it. And so you can use these teeny tiny little anti-lights to like, you know, hyper control like lots of cool stuff like this. And highly recommend it. and you can turn them. I have a couple of them that are like area lights too, where I wanted like this cool shadow on here. So that's mostly done with like this giant, and the artifacts from it are like, this is like grease pencil. So like I wouldn't have gotten that naturally without the anti-lights. So love anti-lights. They're the best. Um, oh, and I didn't show it in the slideshow, but for the outline shader, it is basically, here, let me do this. I'll grab like just a mesh underneath the grease pencil somewhere. There we go. It's basically just, I apologize if my computer's lagging right now. I have ZBrush and Blender open at the same time. It doesn't like that. For the outline shader, I've got like on the second material, in the list of materials I have here, I've got outline. And then in my properties, I've got my solidify modifier. And then you just tell it that you want to flip it in the normals and the material offset. And like anything, the list starts at 0. So because it's the second in the list, it's 1. So you set the material offset to 1, and then that does the cool shadow. And without it, it looks, I think I'm selected on the skin. So without it, it'll look something like, you can't really see it very well, but because I've done so much grease pencil. But you get the idea. It's very powerful. You can do this in Unity and in Unreal. And yeah, I think that's about it for like kind of how I made this piece. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but I can also talk about like my social media stuff, my animations, my experience in game dev. If you guys have any specific questions. Toe asks, how long did this take you to make? So with this piece, I really tried to like crank this out pretty fast. So the sculpt took like maybe 2 or 3 evenings to like get it to this point. And then because I was kind of learning grease pencil and figuring it out, I want to say the grease pencil part of it and like doing all of the Blender stuff, maybe aside from the posing. So I kind of did that back and forth with the sculpt. That took, I want to say, like maybe 4 days, like in the evenings, 5. I did like a bunch of different, I have to cut a ton of footage out if and when I make this video, but I like second guessed and like redid my method a couple times trying to figure out like the best way to do the grease pencil. So yeah, I would say like a week and a half total, I think. The sculpting part, it's getting to the point where like that's like the easy part. You kind of like get into a flow with it where like the thing you're confident in your skill about, you like kind of do like as a background process in your brain a little bit. And then like the challenging stuff, like you're sitting there trying to figure it out. And that's definitely really hard, but it's really rewarding when you like come up with something that like works out and looks cool. And yeah, I also like, that was also kind of an objective of mine as I was working. I really tried, like, can I get this sculpt out in like a day, 2 days? Because, I know how to make it, I think. And I also modeled some of the stuff in Blender too, like the sword and the shield. I did both of them in Blender, and then I think I imported just a shield into ZBrush to like do, and I haven't like done turntables or anything with it yet, but to do the extra detailing, I did that in ZBrush. Huge fan of Hades. Looks amazing. Unrelated question about social media. No, not unrelated. Ask any, like literally anything. I'm an independent dev trying to establish an online presence and curious if you have any tips in establishing interest in my content. So that's a great question. I will say that, well, I'll tell you about how I kind of developed mine, and then I'll give you some sort of advice, I suppose, in regards to how I did it, if that's helpful. So, when I was trying to, like, because I wanted to do tutorials, like edutainment, for a really long time, before I started doing them, a little over a year ago is when I started developing, like, Savannah XYZ as a brand. I started, I think I started in like November of 2021, like starting to build the character and like the intro and sort of figuring out what I wanted to do with everything. I was always very inspired by those like really lame, and I'm a recovering League of Legends player. So I used to really love League of Legends, and I quit playing it for all the reasons that people always quit. So whatever. But love the game. I don't love the people so much, but I really love those like compilations with like all the memes and stuff of specifically League of Legends, and it was just very inspiring to me. And I also am like very largely self-taught for a lot of the stuff that I do for work, and so I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and I was kind of in this headspace of like these are like not very fun. I feel like they could be more fun than they are, so I'm gonna try and do that and see if I can make that happen and make like a gaming meme like tutorial compilation sort of thing. That was my like elevator pitch for when I first started. It's evolved, I would say, since then, but uh so that's what I wanted to do. And a YouTuber friend of mine who inspired me with a very convincing pep talk to like actually do it. Um who's a great I was doing a contract with him, and he's a great guy and great YouTuber. He's a Fortnite YouTuber actually, and you can check out his channel. His name's Daniel Harrison, and love working with him. But I was doing some animations for one of his videos as like a contract, and I finished that contract up, and I was like, oh, I've always wanted to do YouTube. Like it's so cool you do that. And he said to me, it's super corny, but he said to me, uh, stop being someone that talks about doing something and start being someone that does something. And I was like, oh, that's a good point. And so yeah, I talked with him a little bit about it, about how because I dabbled in streaming and I didn't love the setup and how slow it was and how difficult it was to get anything done while streaming because you have to interact with chat, and it was just kind of it wasn't like right for me for what my goals were. And he suggested I do an avatar, and so that's why I developed the whole claymation brand, which is I wanted people to focus on not me and like not be distracted by like me as a person. I wanted the focus to be only on like the work, and the focus to be on like what I can do as opposed to like, you know, me or like what I look like or whatever. And so I kind of I started doing it as if it were like one to one, like, oh, this is like a webcam of me, but like it's actually just this character that I've animated and like you know, not really addressing it, I suppose. And so I thought that was fun. And I had like with that as a premise, I had that kind of starting point, and it unlocked a whole bunch of like crazy ideas that I had about it. So that's maybe one micro piece of advice is find like a thing you really like. And it doesn't have to be like it doesn't even have to be like a thing you invented or like whatever. Just find a thing that you like doing. And once you have a starting point, like the ideas kind of just if you love it, the ideas kind of just come. Like you you'll have a lot of ideas, and it's definitely sometimes hard to like work things out, but I find for the most part I don't have enough hours in the day to like do every idea that I have. I have loads of ideas. And my other thing that I really firmly believe in as far as like establishing a brand with content and getting interest in it is I really never think about like, oh, this will be really popular. Like I'm gonna make this video because it's popular right now, or like because people are gonna love it. I just like think of an idea and I like cackle at my desk and I'm like, ha, that's so funny. And I laugh at my own joke like a moron. And then I just do it. And I use myself as like a as a focus group, if you will, for what I like. So I make my videos just for myself because like I think it's funny. And I hope that other people will find it funny too. But I'm also kind of I'm like okay with it if they don't, because when I start doing this for other people and like for reasons that are not like for myself, that's when I sometimes will feel it where I'm like, oh, I can make that because that's trending right now, and then I'm like, oh, I don't really want to do that, and it's gonna suck if I try and force it. So that's my main advice. I would say is just kind of do first and foremost what you love, and you know your niche will. There's other people out there like you, and they will find you, and bully you in the comments for not posting enough. So that's the end game. There's another question from EQ Colgate. Yeah, no problem, Seth. Could you talk about how you design your social media animation stuff? By the way, love your work. Oh, thank you. Okay, so let me actually just open. I can just kind of open new. I'll just open one of them and talk about it. Let's see. Although I'm definitely gonna need to close something. I need to close Zbrush. It's getting mad at me. Okay. So let's see. I'll just open my TikTok folder. All right, here's one. What's great about doing animation, especially with the character, I'm about to be branching out. I'm going to change. I always wanted to do like different outfits for the character, like every video, like it were a real person. But I just was lazy and didn't do that. So I'm gonna start branching out and diversifying the types of like designs and other. I just want to do more with the brand, I suppose. So I'm gonna be like looking into doing more of that. This one is the. Let me like mute the audio so it doesn't like blast through my mic. But this is the work of art one that I posted recently. This is a work of art. So what's really cool is, and okay, AutoRig Pro #spawn, link in the description below. I know I've mentioned AutoRig Pro a few times. I used AutoRig Pro and bought it first, and I loved it so much that I sent them an email and I was like, "Hey, I'm a huge fan of your product. Can I have an affiliate link?" And they were like, "Of course, sure." So I genuinely just love AutoRig Pro, and I won't even link it, so it's not #spawn, so it's fair. Just go get AutoRig Pro. It's amazing. It's so good. But anyway, I like rigged the character. I actually rigged the character once before when I was developing it. And yes, you can get a link to my YouTube channel. I'll send that in a second. When I was developing it, I like rigged it manually and it just like didn't have the stretchy like capabilities I wanted. And I was starting to I like put a basic rig on it. And I was starting to like build it out and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna take so long. And so I looked into someone in Discord had recommended AutoRig Pro to me and I was like, wow, this is an amazing rig. So I use that. It does lots of cool stuff, like IK/FK switching, which I personally don't use because I don't like having that many keyframes to manage, but I've modified it as well. So I've got my like main base rig here. That's fine. Okay, Paul just sent my #spawn affiliate link in the thing, but you don't have to click the link. It's okay. Just get it, and just because it's good, but you don't have to use my link, I promise. And what's cool about it is it has lots of neat parameters and stuff. And, you know, there's cool stretching and stuff. And it can be very cursed. What I did to it is I added, so still got neat elbow pinning and stuff too. I added a really rudimentary, like shitty, like hair thing. Like this is the extent of what the hair of the character can do pretty much. That's generally how I animate it. It doesn't require a whole lot. I experimented with wiggle bones. Thank you, Paul. I experimented with wiggle bones and like at the time at the end of 2021, I don't know if they do now, but wiggle bones are really glitchy with stop motion. Like even if you cache the animation data, like so you like have it simulate, right? To like with physics. One, there are no collisions at the time, and I was like, well, that's just not gonna work. It needs to have collisions in order to function. And two, like the caching will ignore you basically can't functionally you can't cache it. So like it will continue simulating on like if you're animating on twos or whatever, it'll like keep simulating on the off frames and there's like no way to deal with that. So I was like, guess I'm bone animating this, but once you have a character that's made and rigged, you can just like these take me maybe a few hours at the most for each like little crappy TikTok. Like it's so fast. I've gotten faster at it. I used to use a plugin, not #spawn, for lip sync called Rhubarb lip sync, and it's a Blender add-on. I don't know if it's for Maya or anything else, but Rhubarb is amazing. I don't use it anymore because I found that it's just you have to do a little bit of correction, and Rhubarb works really well for 2D animation or stop motion, but it can be used as well for like normal facial animation or mouth animation. and you just put like a sound file into it and like let him cook, and then it will like do the lip sync based on what it thinks you're saying. You can also put a text file, like a notepad file, into Rhubarb with the actual dialogue. Like you can type it out and it'll do an even better job. So I'll write it in the Q&A. I don't have a link for it, but so don't forget Rhubarb lip sync. Great add-on. But yeah, once the character's set up, you can really just do it really fast. Especially if you're like doing, this, and I have it set up the same way. I have my camera on the left, which is very important for when you're making videos too. So what I'll do is I'll go through and I'll do the lip sync first. And where's my, I also have the skirt here too. The skirt kind of like does this flippy thing. I've got like a prop layer somewhere too, and like an individual facial bone thing. But I've also set up, and they're hidden right now. I hide them when I do the full body animation because I don't want to keyframe the mouths again. But these are all the mouths and eyes. And so I set up a drive, and there's, I have a lot of tutorials to send in the chat, but there's great tutorials on how to set up bone drivers for shape keys. But that's what it is. It's just shape keying. And the reason I'm using drivers is because, well, it makes for really easy rigging. But I have it so that the mouths, they actually like live inside. You guys want to see something cursed? They live inside the head. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but at the time, that's how I set it up. Super duper cursed. And they just pop in and out of the head as it animates with the different shape keys. And I mean, it's like scuffed and weird, but it totally works. And I quasi recommend it. You can scale them to 0, but with the solidify modifier, which all of these have on them, solidify modifiers freak out if you like scale everything to 1 vertice. So I just was like, well, whatever, you're not gonna see them. So but yeah, the drivers are great because you can't have any weird like halfway through the head, like the mouth is either on or it's off. So like there's no like halfway through the head sort of creepiness with the mouths and the eyes. Can't recommend drivers enough. They're really great. But as far as like the creative direction that goes into my social media stuff, especially for the like short form content, I just like think of a funny idea and I just do it in like a few hours. I some of the longer stuff that'll take, like I'm trying to speed up the process a little bit, but I do work like a full-time job. So all of this stuff usually happens like after work for the most part. But that's about the extent of it. I really do just have tons of fun. I love doing it. Like it's not I get a little bit of money from ad revenue, but I not like I couldn't support myself on YouTube at this time because I'm not focusing on it, I guess, but maybe someday. But I just genuinely love it. It's so much fun, and I think that people can tell when they watch my videos that I do love it, and I think that's honestly the secret to it. Do Scott asked, do a lot of devs use grease pencil as a tool, or more so something for refining still renders? I don't think that it is really usable in a game dev pipeline. Like maybe for I think I know of one game developer that's using it for like a I'll have to find it. I can't remember what it's called, but I think I know someone that's using it to create game assets, but they're like more 2D assets that are kind of rendered in like a 3D game space, if that makes sense. It is I think there's a lot of potential with it, but I don't think a ton of people are using it, which is part of why I wanted to learn how to use it, because I'm like very interested in megaminding about how it could be applied in different specifically like game dev pipelines, probably mostly for like 2D stuff. And you can convert grease pencil into all kinds of different things, so like curves or meshes or whatever. Like there's a lot of flexibility with it, but I wouldn't say that like you would use this in like a standard like asset development pipeline, like in any capacity probably. But I'd like to never say never because there's a lot of things I don't know. So like maybe, like maybe wink wink, who knows? Yeah, well, thank you for linking, by the way, Paul. How did you build your YouTube following and how did it help with your career? Yeah, I mean, mostly a lot of the stuff that I've talked about, which is I like kind of started in Discord, honestly. I just really loved teaching. And so I would do all these kind of like ad hoc mentorship type, like mentorship is like a very strong term. More like I would, chat with somebody like who's like, oh, it's cool what you're doing. Like, how do you do that? Or I'm having trouble with this thing. How do I do this? And, just chat with like random people for like an hour, 90 minutes, whatever, and like teach. And I'd already wanted to make tutorials, but I was excited to do it after having done that for like the better part of a year or 2 years because I was like, oh, well, if I make it a video, I like only have to say it once. So, I definitely met a lot of wonderful people like on Discord and in various places. As far as building my following, I have to admit, like I wasn't really on the like YouTube grind set like a lot of creators are, where they're posting every day or posting every week or um trying to get that visibility out like in specific ways. I just kind of wanted to like make what I thought would be good, and I started making it, and I would like send it to friends and stuff. But I genuinely kind of thought it would stop there. Like I kind of thought it would be like, oh, my friends are gonna be like, oh, cool video, Savannah, and like I didn't realize that the demand for meme tutorials was as high as it is. So I'm very happy with that. And but yeah, to build the following, I really do genuinely just I need to love everything I do or I won't want to do it and I'll do a bad job. So if I carry that over to my work mindset too, where if I have to do something for work that I'm just like really not thrilled about, that is painful or whatever, I will try really hard to like invent ways to gamify it, so that I can focus on it more easily, so that I can have fun. Having fun while I'm working is extremely important because, as you all know, this is a very technical field with a lot of crappy parts that are involved, especially like, you think of artists and like 3D artists are maybe a third of the time like making the creative like, whoa, look at this character, wow, and then like the other 2/3 like weird technical BS. So you have to like you have to be able to do that like and like it and not hate your life every time because like that's your job and that's hard to do. So like I take that very seriously. I take fun very seriously, and I make sure that that carries that's everything I do, YouTube and with work. And how it helped my career. um I think it has helped my career because because people like, people have heard of me now, which is very weird. Like people know who I am and like, "Oh, you're the funny clay lady." And it's super surreal. I think that just having any fans of anything I do is just like the coolest thing in the world. So like the fact that people want to watch the videos is really cool and sweet. And so if they happen to be colleagues or whatever, then like that's cool too. Um and it's cool talking with like other creators because like I don't feel like a YouTuber, I guess, even though my YouTube channel has done really well in a short time. And so like someone will, like that I really look up to be like, I love your work, and I'm like totally starstruck. So it's a very bizarre headspace to be in, but I think it's helped, and it's mostly just really fun. But I hope that answered your question. I'm still very new at this, like the whole content creation thing. Uh, Even now, it's only been like a little over a year that I posted my first video, I think. So, um, yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? I messed around with Zbrush a little before, and I was curious how you dealt with learning anatomy to make your character sculpt so polished. Well, thank you. I've seen a few of your videos before, and they really are fun/helpful. Thank you. Well, thank you for watching them. Um, I'm glad they were helpful. Uh, but learning anatomy and stuff, one thing I always in the past would recommend to people, and I don't use it as much these days, which is bad, and I should. But I like use just so much anatomy for sculptors. Like they have so much free stuff on their ArtStation. I actually I used it for so long. I did buy their like actual book, so it's not. I don't know where it is right now, but it's somewhere. And their book is phenomenal too. They really do a fantastic job of like breaking it down, not just in like a look at a reference picture of like a guy doing a thing, like a muscle pose or whatever. Like they do these really great like kind of paint over things to illustrate the flow of the shape and stuff, which I haven't really seen much of in like an organized way anywhere except for Anatomy for Sculptors. So I really love them. I've always got like at least way more in the past, but I've always got like at least one picture from their art station like in my Mitiuriev and stuff. I'm largely self-taught, and I would recommend that if you're learning this sort of stuff, totally don't pay anyone any money. Like at first, exhaust every free resource you can, especially because you're most likely like in a junior position and trying to make money and starting out and everything. You can learn everything you need to know, almost everything or everything for free. There's so much stuff on YouTube, way more than when I was in college at UMBC. And there's lots of free stuff on Gumroad and on people's art stations, and people are just out there putting all this free stuff out there to learn. So do all of that, and then like you can take courses and stuff. And I'm not saying don't take courses necessarily when you're starting, just that like it's there. I've met a lot of people that seem to believe that they need to pay for the knowledge in order to like get a job or do whatever it is that they want to do. But I'm saying that you don't need to pay. Like you can get so much stuff for free. I also have just done with learning anatomy and stuff. And this is gonna be a hot take. I don't personally, for me, and this is different for everybody. Everybody's different. For me, I don't really believe in studies or practice, and I'll tell you why. It's because it sucks and it's not fun and it's boring and I hate it. And so I know that a lot of people out there say things like practice every day, do a sculpt every day, draw every day. And personally, I didn't learn that way. So I'm not going to tell other people to learn that way because I can't attest to it working. What I did to learn was I spent the better part of a decade in high school and college and middle school somewhat drawing really terrible anime, and then figuring out halfway through college that I wanted to do 3D at all. And I almost failed my first 3D course at UMBC because I hated it so much. So, I had a, rough start a little bit in terms of I know so many like 15-year-olds that are like, Michelangelo prodigies. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But that's uh trust the process. Everyone's journey is different. And maybe, you don't have to practice every day if that doesn't work for you. If it does work for you, then awesome. Like do your practice, do your studies. That's so great. But for all the people out there like me that don't want to do that, if it doesn't work for you, just don't do it. You don't need to, just because it works for like some pro. And if what I'm saying doesn't work for you, don't do it either. Like just, don't listen to me if what I'm saying doesn't work for you. Yeah, I learned by instead of doing those things, I learned by just doing. Like I would get an idea, like I'm gonna draw Naruto, doing a cool Naruto run, and I would do that, and I'd be like, wow, this is awesome. That was another thing. I wanted to improve, especially when I was really young, like in high school. I wanted to improve, but I have cultivated an attitude through like a lot of hard work to love my work in a way. And I know that a lot of people, there's like the whole thing of, oh, my work sucks. Like I'm so bad, blah, blah, blah. And everyone likes to kind of crap on their own work, but I don't know. I just, I don't want to make anything that makes me unhappy, I guess. So everything I make, while I'd be like, oh, I recognize that there's room for improvement in these things, I'll also be like, but I love this and I'm proud of myself. And I think that if you can have that attitude, that's really great and it'll make you feel better about your work. It's not easy sometimes when, you're having a hard time and things don't look right and maybe you're having like a weird week or whatever, or a weird month or a weird life. But if you can like kind of work towards positivity and being proud of yourself and being your own biggest fan, then like you'll just be, I think, way happier. Let's see. I'm sorry, I missed a question. when you graduated, how did entering the job space look at the time as an artist? How did you get your first job work out of either during or after you left UMBC? Well, there's a funny story about that. And actually you're going to hear from an amazing teacher and awesome dude later today, Eric Jordan. He was my teacher when I was a senior at UMBC at the during the game projects class. And I was fortunate enough to be the lead on a project, and I just like seriously worked my butt off the whole time. I tried really, really, really hard. I learned C# at the time so that I could like help with the programming and make sure that it worked. And yeah, I did a lot of all-nighters and really grinded for that game to look awesome because I knew that they're going to be yeah, no problem, Luke. I knew that there were going to be people from the industry at the presentation, and I wanted to, you know, show off what I could do. And so yeah, I'm really, really grateful for everything that Eric taught me. He's amazing. He's a great teacher, awesome guy. If you're here, Eric, hi. I have no idea because I'm on the internet right now. So, but yeah, I when I graduated, I started at Firaxis in technical animation. I think the majority of it was due to that, like due to working so hard, and you know, game projects class is awesome. I'm sure that some of you have taken it or will be taking it. So yeah, I don't know if it might be structured differently now. I'm not sure, but at the time that's how it was, and we did a cool presentation and everything. And I know that I don't know if he still teaches it, but Mark Alano would teach sometimes that class as well. But that was a super fun class. That was really, really amazing. Whoa, I'm also starting at Firaxis. Oh my gosh, congratulations. I think everyone in the area has a stint in Firaxis at some point. And now and again. That's so awesome. Firaxis was a wonderful place to work. It was great. Does anyone else have... Oh, I see people typing, but if anyone else has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I hope I answered your question by those two last questions I was answering, by the way. How long were you there? We can move the discussion if it's lunchtime. Oh, I was there, I think a little over a year, and then I wanted to do some freelancing stuff. And then I did a couple of serious games, like freelance contract stuff and indie projects at the time. And then what did I do? Then I took my like kind of maternity leave when my daughter was born. After that, I then started working again at another indie studio, and I've worked at a couple indie studios. I've worked in mostly indie and AA, and now I'm at, I would say, a AA studio. I'm with Landfall Games right now, and they are amazing. I'm working on a game called Haste. They're the Tabs people and the Nightfall people, for any of you that are familiar. But yeah. Anything else? Or I know we're just about out of time, so.
Yeah, we are pretty much out of time, unless anyone has last minute questions. Maybe I see someone typing. Oh, okay.
I love Landfall is cool. Oh, sick. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm doing all the characters for this game, so you guys should play it. It's super fun. You run really fast.
Yeah, thank you so much, Savannah, for that.
Yeah,
really
thanks so much
in-depth
for having me.
presentation. Yeah, I really loved all the aspects, not just the. I mean, I love the ZBrush and the Blender, but also talking about social media content creation, because I know that's very popular right now with all types of artists.
Yeah, if you want to do it, you should just do it because it's super
I'm
fun.
trying.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, thank you. So yeah, you are good to go. And we are gonna have a lunch break from 1 to 2.
Afternoon. Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Griffin. Just making sure that everybody's good to go here. Hopefully, everybody's been doing a good day today. Good talk so far. Thank you, Tulie. Thank you, Savannah. Those were great talks, and I'm glad to be able to be here with a bunch of other people as well. It's a pretty jam-packed presentation here. All right, so who am I? My name is Ryan Griffin. I am a 3D artist working at Oxide Games. I'm working on a game called Aura History Untold. We are published through Microsoft. I've been working on my project for about like 4 years or so. I first started out as a outsourcing and then rolled into doing architecture. Could you advance the slide, please?
Yes. Actually, hang on.
Okay, gonna switch that out. But yeah, so this is kind of like what I've been working on a little bit here. So with this here, it's basically going through and doing a presentation on how to do like a sci-fi corridor, and kind of like breaking through like how to make a environment. And one thing that you can kind of think about is like with different style environments is breaking it down into smaller components. Because like this entire thing is pretty big, right? And it's complex. It's kind of hard to tell where things begin and end, right? But it has order. It has a hierarchy and form to be able to echo patterns as well as like color theory and shape language. Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, I first started out 3D in high school actually. During like I was one of the first classes within Maryland to actually start with a 3D program in high school, and then I did a little bit at Howard Community College, and then came here. To UMBC. I did both the club as well as the actual track, both with animation and video game development. So yeah, this is the game which I've been working on. Please check it out. If there's time, we can probably watch that. But this is a little bit of like the work that I've been doing. This is actually on our website, so you can check it out. A couple different screenshots here. So basically, with this, you can kind of tell how it's got a living world, and that's one of the main features of our game currently is being able to have different things going on. People running around like conversing, selling things, trading, doing government policy or war or trading or many different things. But from an architectural standpoint, I have to be able to understand, hey, like I'm making a certain little building, right? And how does that propagate across a entire culture? Right? And what if it's a different culture? What if I'm like in a different biome? What if I'm in the water? Like what do things look like? Right? And so I kind of have to like go through, as well as making like larger buildings like wonders or triumphs, which is what that is there. Again, so I basically used to work on the outsourcing team. That's how I kind of got my start. Was I started out actually as I had done several different internships between graduating from UMBC into actually getting into my full-time career. And one of those was actually at a AAA outsourcing company called Exis, and with Peter Kajesta, and he actually allowed me to do a internship, which at that time I think they were working with Firaxis and maybe Big Huge or Day One, but I then transitioned from outsourcing into then doing work with the architecture team. I've also done previous talks. These are links to the previous talks where I covered different topics such as organic environments, trim sheets, making a prop, many different things. So this is kind of what I did like 5 years ago. At that time, I didn't really have a full-time job yet. So it's a little different when you're doing the same thing, but you also have a full-time job. So, but yeah, with this one, like I have like a full-on environment in the Unreal Engine, making like all of the different props, but still using what's called a trim sheet. Does anybody know kind of what a trim sheet is? Yes.
It's like a texture that has like more textures inside of it, I guess. So it has like
Kind
a
of.
bunch different.
Could you like elaborate on that?
So like I guess they did like a hallway one. You'd have like the pipes, or then like the metal beams and like the sort of different materials within it. So like you can pick and choose which ones you want to make a kit, I guess.
Yeah, trim sheets are basically kind of the secret sauce for like organic, or sorry, for architecture. Now, does anybody know what a tiling texture is? Right, it basically tiles in every direction. Right, a trim sheet actually only tiles in 2 directions, so it can go left and right or up and down, and so you can put like different kinds of elements in there to be able to have it scroll across on a specific UV island. Thank you. So this is kind of like one of my projects which kind of put me on the map. It basically allowed me to be able to utilize all of my skills. It's got like a little bit of props, a little bit of architecture, a little bit of organics, and animation. So this is kind of a thing that is like kind of like my like application to Oxide, because at the time I had actually like wanted to get into Oxide, but they weren't ready to hire people yet. And so I went to their art open house and was like, hey, I can do cool stuff, right? But they wanted to hire me at that time, but they couldn't actually like get the funding yet. And so when they got the funding, they're like, hey, we want to hire this guy. And so from there, I actually was able to talk direct to the art director, who worked at ZeniMax Online and then went to Oxide and then went back. But with that, I basically got hired direct, which is kind of unusual because I didn't have an art test. But the thing was is that I already can do quality work, so it was more a matter of fit. But again, like I worked on my portfolio. I worked outside of school, outside of my jobs to be able to get to where I am now. So it was a very easy fit and wasn't a question of skill. It was a question of, is he a right fit? Now, being able to actually like work on this kind of stuff, like I would say working on small thing, right? So you can work on like a concept, right? Working from concept art. Can I actually go back one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me try.
Is it possible? Okay, go forward one. Okay, cool. That little concept there, that's actually done by Shang Liam, which he is a very talented concept artist. I actually asked him, hey, could I take this and make it into a full-on game asset? And he's like, sure, right? And so with that, like I've tried to make it one-to-one with it, but I made my own spin on it. I changed up some stuff. I went and then added extra detail. That's actually a pretty easy way to be able to understand things, and practice your skill set, because it's actually a lot of students think that you need to be able to do all of it. You don't need to do all of it. Yes, I showed that I could do all of it, but that's because I had a very broad understanding of different skills. It's good to be able to have like a broad skill set, but also a very focused skill set, and focus on one thing and be really good at it. So either diversifying or being very specialized. There are different opportunities out there for different things. Let's say I'm trying to apply to a small indie company that's less than like 10 people. Which one do you think is better? Being able to wear multiple hats or being very skilled at one thing? Yes.
Wearing multiple hats.
Wearing multiple hats. Why?
because they can't afford to pay for each individual position, so they have jack of all trades.
Correct. Correct. It's a smaller team, so you have to do multiple things. And so if you're applying to a bigger studio, you have a little bit more specialized role, because those studios could be like 200 plus people, right? But you can be very good at one specific thing and do it well. And you don't have to necessarily worry about doing multiple things. So like, depending upon your goals, that's something that you should think about. Thank you. And this is kind of a breakdown of what that prop looks like. Okay, about 10 minutes in. This is like a Zbrush sculpt that I turned into a full-on project. This is like some freelance work I did for Balti Virtual. This is a freelance project from a guy named Lee Sauter, who works on like Calypso protocol and like a bunch of other high-profile sci-fi things. I basically went and made that low poly and then did a bunch of other skin variants of it. I did a presentation like a while ago on doing a Gaia terrain mods as well. This is like substance designer work. That's something that I use quite a bit within environment work as well. And with using Substance Designer, has anybody used like the Unreal Engine like blueprint? Because like it's kind of similar where it's a node-based like generating like Perlin noise and using blends and like what ifs to be able to create height information, and that's basically what Substance Designer is. It's just that it's using it in a very artist-friendly way, but it's very powerful with the applications it can use. That's like a little bit of a sculpting and a hard surface work. 3D printing, more stuff. Okay, could you go back one, please?
Yep.
All right, so how did I make this, right? I made this in about like a month in my outside time outside of work. Now, one thing that I kind of wanted to do with this was to do something that was slightly different than my previous one, where I was using I still use a trim sheet, right? But the thing was that I used it in a way where I actually instead of using as like tile like a what's the word? It's like a little tile section, right? So like I instead of making like a dungeon crawler, I'm using it as like trims versus a tile. A tile in the old case was I'm taking it directly as is and then applying it one-to-one. I'm using trims on this, where like I'm taking sections of it and then applying that across different swaths that can be like this or like entire sections. And I'm using multiple materials that are blending together on one object. So I first started out with the reference and like image gathering, research, planning stage, right? So I kind of wanted to go through and like kind of have an idea, but I also wanted to make something that was unique. Now I challenged myself to create something which was original and not necessarily off a concept. For student level, I would probably go with something off a concept because again, it's kind of separations of jobs, right? Because as a environment artist, 9 times out of 10, I'm working on a concept. So it's 2 separate jobs. Someone is designing a environment look and feel, and then I have to match it, right? So don't necessarily feel like you have to be like always like doing everything. You can compartmentalize the different roles. And this is Mitiuriev, which is a application which can work over top of your workspace to create images. So like thinking back to like different other environments with a sci-fi, right? Kind of having like individual parts, right? So like making like this like one little tile, this little door, like this little midsection, right? You could go and make those individual parts and then assemble them. But the thing is that you're going to have like 50 meshes, right? And so with them, you have a lot of things which you have to make, right? So the reuse of the object is important. But thinking about design-wise, like with this, like does anybody like kind of like understand like how to make the thing? So like with this, like it's basically a box with like a bunch of like insets, right? It's very like straightforward on how to actually make it. So it's not necessarily that hard, but it's kind of like retro looking, right? And so with this, think about trying to make something that's like a little bit more complex. Like it's a little bit harder to actually determine how to remake that within 3D. What about this? So believe it or not, this was actually made. I've forgotten the guy's name. I had it earlier in my presentation, but this is actually one texture to do an entire environment. Now, granted, not that stuff over there, but this hallway is like one texture. Yeah, so he's reusing a lot off of one asset, which is really impressive. So again, concept, right? So like working off of this concept, can you break down individual forms to be able to make and break up space? So you'll see like this section here. This is like a divider, right? But it's almost the same thing as this, right? But this is a door. And so you have to think how to modularly make your environments, right? Because then you can get a lot of reuse out of stuff. Because you're having the same family of assets with this design language, right? But it's being able to use it in such a way that you can get as much reuse out of it as possible. What about this? So like you kind of see how it's a little bit of a like progression in complexity, right? This is like rendered very well. It's got like atmospherics. It's got like wet condensation that somebody might have slipped on. Like maybe there was like some dry ice which like dropped and melted. It's putting in storytelling into your environments. Like maybe there's like blood splatter or like mold or something growing. Like thinking about those kinds of things to be able to add as a storytelling element. Maybe there's a like propaganda poster, which is like giving more of a realistic feel to the environment, and like basically going like more and more, right? So like this is kind of like AAA quality, right? This is very complex. There's a lot of things going on with it. But it's still kind of like hard surfacey, right? Now, like there's actually like different things that you can kind of do with it, right? So back to what I was saying with the like material stuff, right? So you'll kind of notice that there's like different like sections on this. There's like pipe. There's like this like bumped out section. There's this like flat area. There's like different sections, right? So there's like what's called like a trim, right? As well as decals. Does anybody know what does anybody know how to make grass within a game? It's basically like a flat card with a texture on it and a alpha, right? So you can see through it, but it's still like displaying stuff. That's what this is. So this little section here, you can then put that on here as a floating geometry. So let's say like I have one of these Splatoon things, right? This is on like a little texture thing, right? but I'm going to put it right here. And so you can't tell if it's actually in the actual mesh or not. And I can move it around, turn it, and do whatever. But this is a separate piece of geometry, but you would never know because it's flat against it. Same thing here, like using different materials. So like using a base material. A base material is basically a four-way tiling texture, but it's not like it's like overworked. It's very bare bones, and that's across a lot of things, as well as like maybe like a grate, maybe a plastic, as well as our decals, putting them in a different spots. And then you can make very, very complex things with it. Then it gets into kind of like organic things on top of it. So this is actually one of my favorite artists, actually, named Tsutomu Nihei, which like I love his sci-fi design. But like again, it's like creating crazy worlds that is kind of like the like upper end of like what's possible, essentially. But again, it's fantastical because it's very hard to be able to make this in 3D. So concept art. Yeah, I've already talked about that. This is kind of like my like general workflow of like pure ref into max hard surface, doing some UVing, baking in a marmoset toolbag. If I need to do any kind of like Photoshop edits or logos or whatnot, as well as substance designer, and then going and putting it into a game engine, and then putting it on ArtStation or wherever you will want to put it. So yeah, Alex. Alex is somebody who I kind of learned a bit because I did a online class actually with Alex and Sean, and both of them actually worked over on a Halo 5. So I kind of like was able to kind of like think, hey, like I want to get into this kind of stuff, right? Let me learn from people who are actually doing it, and then with that, like I was able to both learn from them as well as network with everybody else in that class, and being able to get critique with them afterwards as well. So it was a very like invaluable lesson, which was only like $500, but it was totally worth it because it changed my entire mindset and trajectory within my career. So investing in yourself as well as your own skill set is very important. There's a Sean stuff. Both Alex and Sean actually have like Gumroad tutorials, which are like $30 or less, which go over this in like tremendous detail. And if you're actually looking to do more of this kind of thing, I'll probably check them out. So like breaking down like how I can like tackle this environment, right? I could go and do it like the old school way of making individual assets and individual textures for every like tile which I wanted to make. That's really expensive and takes a long time. The second one is like making a larger sheet, right, which has multiple things on it. Now that is using one large texture, but like it's like one draw call, but it's not as flexible, right? And so the last option is using a mix of base textures, multi-materials, and trims and decals. So that's what I decided to go with. This is a screenshot from Max. So like within my master material, I have three sub materials, which one is a plastic, one is a base metal, one is a trim sheet. And so with that, I basically wanted to work off of a certain textual density. Does anybody know what textual density is? Vivian? What's that? Correct. Here. So with a textile density, like I wanted to work off of a certain size. So with my base texture, I wanted it to be a 2K map. And so I broke it out into, okay, this is generally my size with different kinds of a trim sections here. And so from there, I wanted to look at the actual like blackout section, right? So think about this as like half, right? And then mirroring that across the other side. So with this, I was able to kind of block out my different shapes, right? And then again, like having that, duplicating it, and then having like a whole hallway, right? So it's not like that kind of difficult. But I had to think, how am I gonna plan my level design, right? How am I actually gonna go and add in uniqueness to this versus having it just be a repeated object forever, right? And so I need something to break it up. And so I have these middle sections, and I'm getting rid of some railing, and I'm adding in vents and things, adding in doors as well as like things that break up the form, right? So like this little cable is a like organic element as compared to all this hard surface stuff. And so from here, I was like, okay, let me work on this trim sheet, right? So it's gonna be tiling left and right, and so that's what this section is. This section is my decals, right? And so from here, I'm basically like modeling out different forms, different like latches, different like panels, like even little bump sections. But like there's also sections specific for like cables and wires as well. And then I go into baking it within a Marmoset tool bag, going into Substance Painter and doing different texturing processes. Those are the finals there. I go into Substance Designer to be able to make those base materials, right? So this is that a white paint, which is one of the base materials. Same thing with the metal. So this is like the secret sauce here. So like this pipe here, I basically modeled half of it and then UV unwrapped it, right? And so you'll see that I have these like little sections here that are like little strips, and so those correspond. Oops. Those that correspond to my materials, right? So I'm selecting by material ID of like, okay, this is my bare metal, this is my trim, that's my white paint, right? And then I'm loading my texture and then having those go along the trim. Then I decided to make the door unique. So with that one, I basically just high polyed it and then low polyed, and then did my textures, and then I went and then assembled it within either the Unreal Engine or Marmoset tool bag. So with this, I was like, this isn't bad, but it looks kind of crappy. Like, does anybody know why this looks weird? Yeah. Color palette? Kind of. It has to do with materials. So think back to like white paint, metal, and then like plastics, right? Does any of this like read as like metals or plastics and stuff? It looks crazy, right? So I'm like what is this going on? Like I have no idea like why I'm getting such wild results. And so I have to think, oh, maybe my values are off. Like maybe like my metal is not reading as metal, right? Because this is like black and like shiny. It's got like a whole bunch of like wear marks on it. And it's like, is this reading right? No. So then it's like, oh, let me double check what does metal look like. This is on textures.com, or you can go to like Megascans to say, hey, this is a plastic, right? And so you can get actual values for what it's supposed to be. And so I went and I cross-referenced it. I went and I tweaked it a bit, as well as like changing up some lighting. And then I got the rest of it in, and again, going through, it's like, okay, it's better, but not quite exactly where I want it, because I'm getting like some like weird things going on with like this like muddy and like noisy like a detail. So I'm like, it's like getting there, but it's not quite there yet. So it's like, okay, like what's wrong? Okay, lighting, muddy, crazy like values and like bloom and like so I'm like, okay, let me like tweak some more values and see if I can get it right. And then eventually like I was able to get some better results. So these are kind of the finals here. So this kind of goes back to like all my parts, right? So like I made like a full-on scene with 3 textures and like 20 parts, and like I could actually make like 2 or 3 other environments with this same kit. So that's kind of the power of it, is like I can reuse things in other places to create different levels. So like once you kind of make one, you can make more. So basically going back to like general principles that I like to abide by. Quality is king. Being able to be consistent, like because I actually have like a few people who I also mentor as well, and one of their biggest problems is that they're very talented. It's a matter of they will have bursts of creative energy. They'll be like, oh, like I'm gonna work on this weekend, and then like 2 weeks later they're basically done. They're like, I can't do any more. So like I find that if you're able to kind of like do like 30 minutes, like a little bit like consistently, that helps you in the long run. Okay, so like does anybody have like a kind of like idea of like what their dream job is, right? Like sometimes it's like, oh, I just want the bare minimum of like, I just want a job, right? Sometimes yes, having that expectation is good, right? But it's sometimes better to narrow your focus, right? So something that's more specific. So try to think of a company, a role, or a art style. So think about, oh, okay, I want to be a organic environment working at Naughty Dog, right? That's very specific, because you gave yourself a company, art style, and a quality level, right? So like think about that when you're trying to apply to a different jobs. And sometimes you may not necessarily get your like dream job of like, oh, working at this crazy AAA company. Sometimes that's like a mid-level career move. And so you might actually need to be able to think about, okay, let me get some experience first. Let me get my feet wet and actually get in the door somewhere, work for a while, and then decide, oh, okay, I think I am good enough to be able to then go for that bigger job, right? So it's, yes, shoot for the stars, but know that it is okay to go with something that is still like getting you experience. Yeah, being able to just level up and continue to grind, and definitely think about your process and what workflow works for you, but understand that there's kind of like not necessarily a way around hard work, because you're probably still going to need to do at least some to be able to get better. There's a different different understandings of mastery of something. One thing about the actual skill ladder is like you'll find out something, right, and then eventually like you'll like master it, right, but then there's something else, and then you find like a greater understanding of that same subject, and it just keeps going up and up and up, because even now I'm still learning things. I'm still always like trying to push my understanding, whether it's in my day-to-day job or just casually as well. Now, that's not necessarily to say like I don't have fun. Like I play like Guilty Gear Strive. Like I play like League of Legends. I'll play like many different things as well. But I still also need to be able to keep up to date with trends within the industry as well. Having a good mindset, like understanding that like I will try my best at something within a certain like time frame. Yes, I have other things which I need to do in life, right? But when I'm here to do something important, right, I will try my best during that time, and then hey, I need to go get my car worked on. I will then do that, and then as soon as I'm back, I will focus on that. Some extra resources. So yeah, okay. So that's kind of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions on it? Yeah. What's that? Oh, if you go onto the via UMBC game dev Discord, you can look me up as a Ryan Griffin, and then you can message me there.
Cool.
Awesome. Yes, sir.
I was going to ask, did you post your PowerPoint?
Of course.
On Discord or whatever?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to check out your links. So.
Of course. Yeah.
How do you optimize for what the player sees? Like, how do you know what to put detail into while keeping in mind performance? And will the player be able to see this? Will they bother to look this hard?
The question was talking about like performance / like level of detail of like when do you know to put some like extra details into something, right? Generally, it's a good idea to kind of work big to small, right? So think about the larger details first. So the primary shapes, the larger structure, right? What's the outside shape of the building, right? And then thinking about secondary forms, like again, big, medium, small, right? And you can then go and see like, oh, okay, it's got like these like certain like curve accents, or it's got material change, or it's got like these like secondary shapes, and then like tertiary is like smaller, like noisy complex areas, right? And so sometimes you don't want to necessarily have that everywhere, because that's like a lot going on with it. But if you use it in a very small space, you can draw the eye to it, where it's got like a lot of things going on, but it's moving your eye around. And so the placement of the actual details, or like where the actual like interesting points are, you can then direct the player to go to a different sections through architecture and level design. And a good point to that is a principle called hierarchy, which again goes back to the primary, secondary, tertiary, right? But it's the principle of how much of each you need. One thing that I would need to show you on the whiteboard, but if you have a line, right, and you place a marker on the beginning, end, and then different places in the middle, right? If it's 50-50, right, you have half and half, so it's evenly balanced, right? There's no one greater than the other. But if you move it to like a third, right, you have 1/3 and then 2/3, right? So it's more weighted on a one side, right? But it's still kind of this like lopsided value. And so when you add that tertiary in it, you can put it at different spots. So it's like 1/3, 2/3, but you've got this like little extra section which you can move around to move the eye of the audience. Hopefully that answers your question. Any more questions? Could you pass it back to him?
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you always want to be in like environment and being an environment artist at the beginning, or is that something that you kind of developed a passion for?
I would say yes and no. The question was, did I always want to go into environment art? Yes and no. I found that I enjoyed like games and movies, and I enjoyed like characters. I enjoyed animation. I enjoyed everything with it. It's a matter of what did I feel like it was realistic to be able to find a job. And so I noticed that like during my time at school, everybody wants to do characters. Everyone wants to do animation, right? But looking at the not demographics, but the like job openings, right? There's only so many jobs. And so I asked people who were in the industry, hey, like, what's the proportion of certain jobs versus other jobs in different industries, right? And I found it almost unanimous of there's more environment artist jobs than character or animation. And with the team that I'm currently working on Aura, we have 7 environment artists in comparison to 2 character artists and 2 animators, right? So it's kind of like a 1-to-5 ratio of the subdisciplines. Now, granted, that's you have to think about the game that they're working on. Aura is a very environmentally heavy game, right? But if you look at something like maybe like Overwatch, like there's a lot of characters, or League of Legends, there's a lot of characters, right? So with those kind of games, there's more character artists probably. So again, depending upon the game and role, there might be more or less. Yes, sir.
For the game you're currently working on, in terms of what is the ratio for people like UI, like animators or designers?
The question was with the game which I am working on, which is Aura. What is the ratio of like UI? So we have a feature team specifically for AI, right? And with our game, I wonder if this will work. Yeah, cool. Okay. Got to go all the way back up here. I'm curious if it actually has the UI in it. I gotta go back here. This is my problem with too many slides. But I love all the art, so I put all the slides in there. There we go. Oh, no, wait. Kind of, okay. So obviously this is like pre-alpha. So this is like stuff from like, I don't know, like a year ago. So this is probably changed by now, wink, wink. But the thing is that having a specific team on it, right? To answer your question directly, we have 1, 2, 3, about like 4. Like we have like 2 different like UI artists specifically, and then 2 like UI programmers. And Aura is a very like UI heavy game. It's a very environment heavy game, right? And so there's a lot of different like sub features within different sections that require attention and like design and iteration. Like we probably redone the UI probably like, I don't know, like 5 times by now. So because it's done on playtesting. Playtesting to be able to actually be like, hey, this isn't working or this is confusing. So playtesting is very important to be able to make it feel good, as well as like having quicker ways to be able to like cut out things which either aren't working or creating new ideas, which is then derived off of player feedback. So again, it's like two UI artists to two UI engineers, but there's a lot more like nuance to it.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
I'm currently studying like UI and UX stuff with my classes.
Yeah, that's another thing is like UX UX is like a whole other section, like which we will actually probably get to the point where, because like we've had technical alpha 1 and 2. We're going to work on 3 in a little bit, or beta, depending upon like the timing of things. But it's basically having a larger and larger pool of testers, right? And so we get more and more opinions, which is both good and bad, because sometimes you get like information overload of like different things to work on and correct. But sometimes if there's like consistencies of like, oh, crafting is completely busted, like balance as well as how it looks, or like I'm getting this one specific bug. If that keeps reoccurring, maybe a good idea to think about changing it. So yeah, awesome. I need to get you a thing. Give it back to him. All right. So it's about 2:50. Could I actually go back to the trailer on this?
Yeah.
Could you like open that one? Where'd it go? That one.
Yeah.
Thank you. You'll probably need to copy paste the link.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that or just a Google search Aura History Untold. Scroll down. Keep going. Keep going. There it is.
Is there a full screen button?
Yeah. It's embedded within the website. Yeah, go there and make it big.
History is filled with moments of greatness. Some well known, some lost to time. But what about the history that could have been if you were its architect? How would you reshape the world? What new stories would you tell? And when your people speak, would you listen? How would you lead
I made
them
that one.
History is filled with moments of greatness, but these will be yours.
So yeah, that's the game that I've been working on for the past like 4 years. So, yep.
Play it day one with PC
Awesome.
Game Pass.
Is there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Support daily head health.
Had worked at big, huge games before?
So funny thing is that I okay. I actually go into like a lot more detail, but my brother actually used to work there. He worked there as quality assurance for 8 years, and I actually almost got in there. The thing was that going back to my history, within high school, I started that 3D stuff, right? And so with that, I actually was able to go to the art open house over at Big Huge. I got like a full like tour. I got to meet the CEO Tim Train. And my dad actually was friends with him during college, and both of them actually did like Olympic fencing, and so with that, like I kind of like was able to network and then get better at it with my 3D skills, as well as like a bit of mentoring. And so when Big Huge was like hiring, both me and my brother kind of applied. But like he got hired first, so like he got the job, but like I ended up going a different route, and Tim Train didn't realize that there were 2 Griffin brothers, so it was like, well, one's QA and one's art, so it's fine. Yeah.
And I guess one other thing I would ask is, what does the pay scale look like for your job within environmental and
The question was on like a general pay scale. So that's something that like can be subjective, depending upon the area which you're living in, as well as the role and the opportunity and the years of experience, what you're doing. But like I would say in this area is pretty much the same, right? But if you go to like California or Seattle or Texas, different pay scales, which like for me, like I've been at Oxide now 4 years, so my pay has increased 3 promotions, so yes. So with that, it's gotten more over time. Now, granted, like when I first started, like it was very like kind of like bare bones for like initial like a graphic design and doing 3D freelance, right? But like that has like gradually gone up over time, right? And so like currently for this area, like ballpark of like 50 to like 60, 70K, right? Like that's kind of the ballpark for here, right? But if you're gonna go to like California, like think like closer to like 70 starting to like 90 like plus. Like that's something that it will depend on the actual area which you live. Now, I mean, me and my brother bought a house before we were 30, and although granted that was like 7 years ago, like it's still a matter of like timing as well as like saving, and there like yes, I can comfortably afford where I'm living, and I have a good life, and my company takes care of me, and I enjoy working with Oxide, as well as if for some reason Oxide was to go down, I have enough network locally here to be able to jump ship and go to a different company if they're hiring. So like I do have a lot of job security, as well as I like my boss. So like Justin and I like play like fighting games like all the time. Like he kicks my butt, but like I try, but it's all good. Yeah. Okay, I think it's like. Yeah, is it?
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so like, this is the game you've been working on for like 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
How has it been like working on this game for that long a time? Like, has it ever gotten like, I don't want to say tiring, because like making games is fun.
Yeah, like burnout.
Yeah.
Well, here's the funny thing is that with game development with 2020, right? I started before COVID. During COVID, and then now, right? So I've seen it completely change. And I've seen people jump to different projects, have different opportunities. I've also been like consistent with this project because like in a way like my role hasn't really changed. And so my team has been very consistent in comparison to other teams, right? As well as like I've been able to transition from completely in the office to completely remote to like hybrid and then like back to completely like whatever we decide. Because like Oxide is still fairly flexible, like because we have some people who are in Michigan, in Seattle, like and we have like a bunch of people who are in the office every day too. So it really kind of depends on like what we need and if a person is able to be flexible with us. So that's something that's kind of been like dynamic over time, and it's more a matter of like my team has been really good. Like if I didn't like believe like in the project as well as like my like boss like wasn't very good, or like my team was like constantly bickering, like if I didn't have like tool support, being able to help Art make the game better, then I feel like it would probably be time to move on, right? But like at a 4 years, like that's pretty much a good time to like think, hey, like I could move to a different project. But like I feel like this project will eventually be successful. So, any other questions? Is there like Discord questions?
Don't believe on Discord.
Okay.
We just asked the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
all right.
Nothing has come in yet.
All right. Well, like I think there's like a few more minutes, so I'll like give it there. I have one last prize, which I want somebody to think about if they need a USB drive, which this is a free one from Oxide because nobody wanted it. So,
how big is it?
It's a 32 gigabyte. Yeah.
Gosh, that's kind of a steal.
Yeah. It's just very weird, which is why nobody wants it. What's that?
Do you have to answer a question?
Yeah. Let's have it up to a really good question here. Because there's definitely some good questions and some good answers, but if like somebody like absolutely needs it, then like hopefully it'll go to a good home.
Why is 2048 the standard texture size? Like,
well, it's not. It's not because like for ours is not 2048.
Is it 4096?
No, it's small. It's smaller.
Smaller? 24?
No, smaller.
512?
512. Okay, so here's the thing. It depends on the game. Because think about it. Like, with ours, like we have like a lot of these small little textures, right? So like we have a ton of them, right? So for our game specifically, like it's a bunch of small little textures. Unless it's a character, right? Then that's probably higher res, right? But okay, so with the 2K texture, like if you're trying to say for it to be like the power of 2, like 512, 1K, 2K, 4K, right? Having that, it basically works off the power of 2, which is also good for like modeling as well. Like having something be 8 sides, 16 sides, 32 sides, having it like that, like that's also useful. But in terms of like the actual like sizing, it kind of depends on the game that you're making. Because if this was like a first-person game, you probably need a little bit higher res. So like it just depends on the game you're making. Yes.
Also about resolution, if you're making like a personal project, and sometimes you want to get like a wide shot of the whole environment, but you also want some more zoomed in shots. Is it fine to use bigger textures?
The question was in a scene, if you want it to be like a shot from like further away or closer up, can you have different texture resolutions? I would say for a personal project, you kind of want to come at it from like two different angles. Is this for a game or is this for a movie? Because if it's for a game, you actually probably want to have it as a certain limits on your like poly count or on your texture resolution. Because sure, you can turn up your resolution to like 4K and it's going to look beautiful, right? But does that work in a game? Maybe if it's one level. But if you want to have like multiple levels and it's got to be like on like a Xbox, like it's going to have certain limitations, right? And so those are like set by the hardware. So it's sometimes good to actually work with limitations because it shows real world principles. Now, it may not necessarily look as good, right? And so that's why like you could do it where, oh, I have two different like settings of like, okay, this is your game res and this is your like movie like cinematic res, right? I can probably talk more about that later if you'd like. I think there was another question. Yes.
So when you're making like the normal map, like the decal sheet,
Mm-hmm.
do you just model that in like 3ds Max or whatever, and then you bake it?
Yeah. So the question was with the trim sheet and a decal stuff, right? So like thinking back to the sheet, right? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so like with this one, right? Like I have like certain sections which are like little trim sections, right? And so with that, like I'm able to have it basically be flat, right? And so I have my high poly, right, which is at a certain depth, right? And then I have a baking plane that's on top of it, right? And so everything that's below it, that will get baked into that texture. And so I can make this like as high res as I want to, as long as that low res is flat and fairly low poly because it's just a texture. I can like go into more detail if you like.
Right, well, I don't know how much time you have left. Keep going.
What time is it now?
It is 3:03.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, UMBC, and I'll be around if you want to talk to me afterwards. I'll be here for a little while. Thank you.
I guess I'll just, okay, cool. So, hey everybody, my name is Andrei. I am a game developer. I am also a few other things, but I'm really excited to be here. Last time I was here was in 2018. It was not hosted in this room, but I don't know if any of you guys were, I know Ryan was there, still doing awesome 3D work at the time as well. So seriously, that was a cool presentation. I love seeing the stuff you break down. So,
I love your stuff too.
oh, thank you. Yeah, it's me, feelings mutual. Yeah, so you can go to the next slide here. So what I'm going to be talking about is animation on an indie budget. So I have had the chance to work on small personal projects and also work with game studios on larger projects and be able to see the way that the budgets break down and also just how difficult it is to achieve certain levels of visual fidelity based on your budget. And being students, nobody's expecting you to have millions of dollars of budgets to work on your games. So you have to work on whatever it is that you have available. And this is an area where I have really tried to focus on polishing over the years. So I've been making games for 16 years, and that has taken many different forms. It's small little math-based games in Visual Basic all the way up. I mean, I started with Carnegie Mellon, had a program called Alice. So that was a programming language called Jython, which was Java and Python. And then there was Unity, there was Unreal, there was GameMaker, there's so many different ones that have come out over the years. And what that has really allowed me to do is get a chance to experience all the different areas of game development and figure out which areas I like the most and which ones I would want to do as a career. Because at the time, I was thinking, well, I want to make games. Well, what does that mean? Every time I talk to a game developer from any studio, they're like, well, if you want to work in the game industry, what is it that you want to do? You can't just walk in the door and say, I want to work at the studio. They're going to say, okay, what do you do? What is it that you're good at, right? You can't really be a generalist and be good at a lot of things but great at nothing because no one's going to hire you. They're going to hire the person that is specializing in that one area. I'm sure you've heard this already today from some of the other speakers because they all have been there. So what I have focused on, and it's quite a few amount of focuses, but what I've been able to do over the past 16 years is focus specifically on game cinematics, design, UI, UX. I've done product design in software as well, so outside of games, getting to experience that other side with like robotics software, as well as different types of animation. This is first-person cinematics, short films, creating 3D environments in Unreal for films that are live action films, as well as doing character animation and performance capture, keyframing, just trying to understand the whole array, as well as music production and composition. So I write music for films and video games. I do a lot of music production in like the fighting game esports world. So if you've heard of people like Omega Sparks or like Zed Tabani or Megaran, that's kind of my circle of musicians. And yeah, Megaran's pretty cool. And we actually, so my business partner, Omega Sparks, we actually have an album that's coming out very soon, and we're actually announcing it officially on Monday. So very close. So thank you. It's been a very, very long process, but super excited about it. And one of the reasons I'm so excited about it is because of this next piece right here. I'm an AI enthusiast. Now, that word is kind of like a dirty word. People don't really know what AI means. It's like, okay, well, is he talking about I want to take people's jobs away, or is he talking about something else? Well, I'm talking about the side of AI that is being used right now, this massive push of this initiative to streamline development processes. And specifically in game development, you've heard of ChatGPT. I'm sure a lot of you guys have tried to write your papers already using ChatGPT. And one of the things that ChatGPT can do really well is coding and best coding practices and refinement. So I use that in my own projects. But what has also been stemming out of this AI initiative has been tools related to animation. And this has been an area that really piqued my interest, that I wanted to focus on and really see what is it that I could do now that I was not able to do a few years ago, and specifically on a low budget. So the other thing here is I just consider myself an autodidact. So I am obsessed with learning new things and solving problems on my own. That is just like an obsession I've had for a very long time. So it kind of is to my detriment, where I will not sleep and I'll like work all the way through the night, and then 5 a.m. hits and I'm like, I need to sleep. But the other side is it also makes me really excited to learn new things and thus be able to share them with all of you who I'm sure are here and trying to learn something and walk away with something that maybe you didn't know at the start of the day. So these are just a handful of AI tools. Not sure if you guys have heard all of them. Luma AI is groundbreaking technology that helps you scan environments. So just with an iPhone, essentially you can scan wherever you're standing or scan objects in a 3D space, and it will create a projection mapped 3D environment that you can actually import into other software like Unity or Unreal. Wonder Dynamics takes live action footage and can, using AI, will paint out a live figure and replace it with a rig and a 3D model that you can feed it. So if you ever saw the movie Chappie, where it was Hugh Jackman, I think it was Hugh Jackman, there was like a robot, and that robot was animated, and that process of having a live actor interacting with a complete, fully CG animated character, that tool specializes in this, and it's groundbreaking. Midjourney, I'm sure you guys know Midjourney already, and Runway is a text to video or video to video AI tool where you can feed style prompts, and it will take existing footage of, let's say, if you have a video of me standing here giving this presentation, it will take that video and I could say, well, make me look like I am in Wallace and Gromit and some claymation style, and it will replace me with an actual clay version of myself, and it will look really, really good. So really, really cool tool. All right, go to the next slide. So a little bit of a brief history of animation. So show of hands, how many of you are animators? Consider yourself animators. Okay, cool. How many of you consider yourself character animators? Okay, so character animation is a pretty big topic, and a lot of times when you see character animation, well, so right there, sorry, what's your name?
Joseph.
Joseph. So you're going like this. Why do you consider yourself kind of a character animator?
I enjoy designing characters, and I really like the personalities that can come through in different performances, but I'm more leaning towards, like, I love just designing environments and designing worlds around those characters. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I like that side.
Yeah. So that's a good answer. I've heard that answer from a lot of artists. They love making the characters, but it's like, but to make this really look cool, the whole rigging process and getting it in, animating and doing something interesting with it, it's very tedious. It's like, well, I want to go do the part that I want to do. That's really fun. It's like, I want to work on environments. For me, it was like, I want to work on UI, UX. I want to work on the systems. I don't really want to work on having to manually keyframe the animation. Like, it's so boring, even though it's cool. I only have 24 hours in a day, so it's like, well, I can't do everybody's jobs. So animation has come a very, very long way. And I'm sure you guys have seen, all the games that are coming out now, just take even games like, most recently, like God of War or Last of Us, the animation is insane. And you look at the way that they actually capture these animations, the process to capture the animations isn't changing as much, but the quality of the rendering and the way that they're able to translate that into really, really realistic models at runtime is something that has really been improving. But this is really interesting because, before 1994, the first like motion capture, performance capture was a very, very long time ago. And before the 90s, they were just taking video footage and converting that into animation. So you just paint over, essentially rotoscoping out to create an animation. And the first 3D motion capture ever, which was using the classic dots, was in Virtua Fighter 2. I don't know if any of you guys have ever played that, but fighting games is where it started. And remember in 2004 is when this guy came out in this mind-blowing tech demo that Valve put out saying, hey guys, you guys think you can do face animation? Well, check this out. And it was the first time that there were face morphs and actually realistically being able to pronounce syllables for I remember when this video came out and I thought this was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I forgot watching it now that it doesn't necessarily hold up today, but it was amazing in 2004. And of course, Xsens, this is what you see everywhere now. Whenever you watch behind the scenes of some major motion picture, chances are they're using this. There's a couple of others, but this is one of the major ones. Now, we've come a long way, but there's an issue with this. So let's go to the next slide. You guys have $500,000? No? UMBC isn't giving you $500,000 animation scholarships? No? Okay. I didn't think so, because there's not a single school in the country that does that. So here's the issue. Motion capture is very expensive. And for a very, very long time, the only people that could do it were these major studios. And if it wasn't one major studio, there was another major studio that was using somebody else's studio to record their animation. And this was films, this was games, this was, I mean, and even when it comes to games, games were not necessarily that big of a budget for too long. I mean, large budget video games haven't necessarily been a thing for that long. So a traditional motion capture studio would cost you between $25,000 and $500,000. That's a whole space. Let's think a space that's this big, high ceilings, many cameras, be able to actually track you very accurately and be able to interact with props, have a large space to work with. A lot of games like Last of Us will use this. And there's some really interesting breakdowns that Naughty Dog has put out that show you their process behind the scenes with the footage overlaid so you can see exactly how they do it. And you can see that a lot of them look the same because they're using the same technology. So then, Vicon suit, right? So this is a little bit more affordable. There's some smaller studios that have been using this for a long time, but it still costs about $21,000 for a full set. That's the suit and the cameras. High-end Extend suits, this is much more affordable, and this has been the reason why most studios that are using really high-quality performance data have been using the Extend suits. This is the industry standard. I mean, there are lots of studios here in Maryland that use this as well. And Rococo, this is the one that kind of changed the game. It's like, oh, now it's affordable. In your home, you can do performance capture. It's great. It still costs $4,000. And to be honest, my personal opinion, I've used it. I had a friend that has a studio that will let me test it out. It's good. It's really good for that price. But the challenge is, if you are still spending $4,000, is it going to look good enough that you can ship a project with it? Is it going to look good enough that the quality is worth justifying that money? And for a lot of people, that's not the case, especially a lot of indie developers. I know I've been in that position as well. You know, we've had projects where we've had $1 million budgets, but we still won't spend $4,000 because we're like, it's $1 million budget, but we're going to do this, and we know that we could probably just pay an animator that could probably do it better than us just acting it out and spending that money. And that's kind of been a consistent issue. But then recently, out of nowhere, well, not out of nowhere, they were working on it for a while, but out of nowhere, these guys come along, Move AI. Now, show of hands, how many of you have heard of Move AI? Yeah, the industry veterans in the back have heard it. So Move AI is one of the groundbreaking technologies that have really been changing the game when it comes to animation. It is $365 for a yearly subscription. Now, still seems like a lot of money, but $500,000 to $365, to be honest, I think some of you could probably find $365 if you were trying to find any type of funding for a game. So let's go to the next slide. So what is Move AI? So Move AI uses iPhones, Androids, webcams, DSLR. It uses cameras that you can set up in any environment. You can do it in this room as well. And you using their service, their cloud service, you can sync all of the recordings at once and actually act out your performance, and it will handle all of the cleanup behind the scenes, process that data, and then give you something that is compatible to literally every game engine. Now, this has only been out for a few months. It was in beta in February, right? So since March, since just last month, I think it was like the first week of March that this actually went live for the public, there's a lot of people that are using this now. and it has opened up a lot of doors. But one of the challenges is because not that many developers have had the opportunity to do affordable performance capture. Once they get that data, what do you do with it? Like how do you put that, and how do you put that into a game? Like how do you take it? How do I add it to a 3D character? How do I clean it up myself if I have to? How do I build an environment, some cinematic that will actually use it? Yes?
I just wanted to also mention, currently I'm in a VR class on campus, and
Oh, nice.
we've been testing Class.ai and Rococo Video's free service they have, which it extracts motion capture from video.
Yeah, that's like a brand new tool they just dropped, right? Yeah, they're competing with this.
Yeah, we've been, right now in real-time animation, we're also using that for kind of a quick and dirty way of adding motion capture animation to 3D models that we grab from Adobe Mixamo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, see, and that's what I love to hear, is that now that you have this chance, there are now tools that are trying to provide these opportunities where now this is the first time that you're really getting a chance to deal with this type of data, right? It's like, well, again, for how many years? Over 2 decades, we have not been able to do this. So now there's an opportunity for students like you to completely change the game and have access to tools that were literally impossible to afford by 99.9% of developers in the world. And this is actually something I'm working on. So this is using a Ready Player Me avatar. I'm sure some of you guys have heard of this. Ready Player Me is you send a selfie, uploads it to their site, and they'll convert it into a 3D stylized avatar that you can use rigged and ready to go. So I was using this for this short film because it was something that I'm also promoting the Ready Player Me tech with. But I acted out this whole short film. I wrote a whole short film, and in my living room, I actually acted out the whole thing, and in a weekend recorded a 3-minute short film's worth of animation. In a weekend. And all it took was, yes, I've been doing this for a bit, and I'll get through the process, but in terms of affordability, I was able to do it using the subscription, but also just a few iPhones. And I don't know if you guys have checked on eBay, but used iPhones are really cheap. So let's go to the next slide. So I want to walk you a little bit through how this process works. And if you have any questions about this, again, please ask me. You can ask me during this. You can raise your hand. Totally fine. I want this to be more of an open discussion and less like a class experience, because I know that a lot of this is pretty new. And because this is not something that maybe you'll get to do every day, I'm happy to try and fill those gaps for any questions that you have. But essentially, what we do is we start with Move AI, and we will set up iPhones in a space. And by the way, I'm going to give you a demo of this in this room at the end. I'll just show you how it works. We won't be able to process it in here because it takes a little bit of time, but I'll show you actually act it out and kind of walk you through that. But we start with Move AI. We'll record the data. We'll record the whole process and act it out. You do the classic calibration the same way you would do with other suits. You finish recording, you upload that data to the server. Now, I will take that from the site, from the server, and I will download that in a format that's compatible with whatever engine I'm using. Now, for that film specifically, I was using Unreal. I've also used it with Control Rig in Unreal. Sorry, I meant Unity. In Unreal, I also used it. It works the same way. And what I'll do is, this is Unity's face capture app. So I don't know if any of you have used that. So this is a free plugin for Unity. Anybody here used it? No? Okay. So that's the cool part. It's free. Okay. It's really good. So what you do is you'll import the animation into Unity, and then Unity will allow you to modify the keyframes, right? So you'll essentially duplicate, export the file outside of the FBX, and then it will give you the actual keyframe data. Now, when you have access to the keyframe data, because if any of you use Unity, you know there's the read-only feature, where sometimes the animation doesn't let you actually modify the keyframes when you import it, like Mixamo, for example. So you're limited there. But if you take that, what you do is you will use Unity's face capture. There's a live face capture feature. You'll record the data inside of Unity and essentially paste over the face capture keyframes on top of the body animation, and then it will sync it up, right? One of the reasons why I use the Ready Player Me avatar is because they have the face rigs built in, right? So the face morphs is an area that a lot of artists will struggle with because it's hard to rig a face properly. So now there is a lot of tools. There are a lot of tools that are able to do that for you. Some of you might have heard of Character Creator, like iClone, Reallusion. Sure, if you haven't heard that name, you're going to be hearing it a lot more because they're one of the industry standard tools out there that's compatible with everybody. Like everybody's using it now. But essentially, after overlapping and combining the data inside of Unity, then I will take that and position it in the scene, build my environment, bring it into Cinemachine. I don't know if any of you are doing any types of cinematics in Unity or Unreal, but I'm sure you've heard of Sequencer or Cinemachine. They're practically the same tool. And then I will map that to whatever script that I had. I would block it out in maybe DaVinci Resolve, different video editing software, and then just start recording the clips. Unity also has a free recorder built in that allows you to capture your footage in 4K or any resolution you want. So if you're trying to record any type of gameplay trailers or any type of cinematics, highly, highly recommend doing this. And then that's when we just combine it at the end and to whatever, add the music, sound effects, voice acting, anything you need to do before having a result. And this process seems maybe like there's a lot of tools here that are making this happen, but it's actually very straightforward. And the reason why I get so excited about this is because it's been streamlined. For years, I have done animation by hand, and I actually tested this, where this short film that I was showing you the screenshot for, can you go back one slide? So I recorded a chapter of this short film while I was living in Peru for a while. So I animated it over the course of 2 weeks. It was like a 30-second video over 2 weeks. And I shared it. If you go on my social media, you'll see it. It was a really fun test, but it took 2 weeks to do by hand. I then replaced all the animation and said, okay, that took me 2 weeks. Let me see what I can do in a weekend. And then I used Move AI to then capture the entire performance in a weekend. And I was able to use that time to then focus on polishing the rest of the video, which was the sound effects, which was the music, the actual editing, the color grading, visual effects. And that is why AI is so important. Because if you're using it to utilize your time, utilize the tools to save you time, you can be focusing on the areas that you are most interested in or the areas that you might need to work on or improve. Maybe learn a little bit more about how to get it to look the right quality. Because, I mean, show of hand, how many of you guys have participated in a game jam? Okay. So if you haven't, I highly recommend you do it because it's a great way to learn how to make games fast, but also understanding scope, right? Feature creeping. I'm sure you guys have heard this. You're like, hey, I want to make a game. Okay, we're gonna, you have a weekend. It's like, all right, let's make an MMO. Like, all right, stop. Like, take a step back. How about you get like a box to jump first? Like, okay, then you focus on the rest. But that's kind of what I'm getting at is this process in making games is really, really hard, and it takes a lot of time. No matter what, you're going to be spending a lot of time making a game. But the faster you're able to do things, to produce high quality work, the more you can focus on the other areas and potentially make those areas better. So the opportunities for you to create projects that are a higher level of quality is so much easier than before. And this is groundbreaking because the expectations for indie developers is changing. Because now, not only can you get something that's really high quality in a shorter amount of time, you can do it on a very, very small fraction of the budget that you would have been expected to do in the past. Now, game studios have caught wind of this. So if you're looking at the direction that the industry is going, you might be thinking, hey, I might be out of work. Like, why am I studying to be a game programmer when apparently AI can do my job for me? Well, you can't look at it that way. You have to think about, well, what is it that AI is going to allow me to do better in 1 year from now than what most people can do today? How can I save time? If this code is going to take me 50 hours to write and I can do it in 2 hours with ChatGPT, okay, well, what can I do with the other 48 hours? being efficient with your skills, learning how to refine, but also learning how to utilize the tools to help you be more productive is a very, very valuable skill. And this is what studios are looking for. I mean, I'm sure Ryan touched on this too. They're looking for your ability to be able to produce high quality content, understand the process, produce good work, also working fast, working efficient. So there's a lot of different moving parts here, but in order to look at it as a way that's optimistic can be really, really powerful, because at this stage, you are all in a very, very good position where the industry is changing so fast, the tools are so new, you are in early. Get in early, start using these tools, because as this becomes more industry standard and studios start adopting this technology more, you will have an edge in being able to already understand how it all works together. Understanding that process is so powerful. All right, next slide, go through. All right, so just a little bit of reference for how I actually created the animation. And I apologize, I don't have, I have a link to the film, but because the film is not out yet, it's actually coming out in a week, I can't show it here, but I can show you some screenshots of how it kind of worked. So this is Unity's face recorder. So all shot on iPhone, and you will just essentially calibrate it with your face morph. And then at real time, I will just do the face expressions and record it. It will give me that data, convert it into the keyframes, and then I'm immediately able to put that into another animation file of the body. Now, something about character animation that, I don't know, nobody really told me, and I haven't really heard anybody talking about. One of the hardest areas to animate is the eyes. Do you ever pay attention in a movie as to where an animated character's eyes are looking, or do you just feel it? If somebody is looking in the wrong direction, you notice it. But if somebody's eyes are giving the right type of emotion or expressing the right type of feeling or looking in the right direction, you're not really going to notice it. So that's an area that you really should keep an eye out for. But that's something that I discovered while using this tool, is because I am recording and looking at the screen trying to make sure that my face expressions are matching, and then I watch the video, the animation playback, I'm doing my expressions and my eyes are going like this. He's like not looking at the camera at all the whole time. So I'm like, okay, well, I got to fix that. So then I would be able to just go in and modify it, change the direction of the eyes very quickly, because the rest of the animation was done in 5 minutes. Now I don't have to worry about animating the rest. Instead, I can focus on the fine-tuning the details, which is things like the fingers, things like the eyes. And this is essentially the control rig equivalent in Unity. Have you guys used control rig in Unreal before? Or I'm not sure, what are the main game engines that you guys would be using? Just out of curiosity, feel free to shout them out.
Unity.
Unity?
Yeah.
Is it mostly Unity, or anybody here using Unreal?
I use Unreal, but not for animation.
Okay. Yeah, okay then. So then this is probably kind of a new look or a new layout for you all. Essentially, what this allows you to do is create rigs that have IK enabled, so you're able to actually create realistic body movements and pin joints in certain areas of the world space that allow you to create animations much quicker and much more realistic than you would normally without those capabilities. Because if your character is trying to walk, when their feet is planted, sometimes you have to pin the foot to the ground to understand the walking motion, like understanding how a human walks. That's really hard if you're not able to actually have control over the weight of where an object is positioned. Like if I'm grabbing onto this table and I'm walking around like this, my arm is bending and my arm is moving. Like if I even have my finger here, if I'm walking around like this, my finger is still pinned to the board. Now, how do you create that in animation? Right? That's something that's really, really important that will make the difference between an amateur animation and an animation that will start to evoke a little more of that polish feeling of like, oh, hey, this animator really knows what they're doing. These are not things you'll actually notice if you're watching an animation. You'll just know that it feels better. I'm not going to go through the animation principles, but this is a really cool tool called UMotion in Unity that allows you to do this level of animation. And it's really cool because it's pretty affordable, and it allows you to not only use humanoid rigs, but you can also do like animals. For example, you can create a dragon, you can create your own types of rigs, and it is really, really fun because you can pin any joint in that rig's body or any part of the limbs. And it can also convert this data and export it to Unity file type, or you can export it to then import it into Unreal, which means it doesn't necessarily matter the tool that you're using. It's how good you can use the tool. So if you're trying to make a game in Unreal, you can do an animation in Unity if you like this workflow better, if it's faster for you, and you like this more than Control Rig, which is the equivalent of this tool. Finish the animation in Unity, export it, import it into Unreal, and start using it that way. Right? So what I'm trying to do is to get you all to start thinking about being more tool agnostic. Right? Like you should be able to create the finished output without worrying about using the right tool. There are lots of tools that can help you achieve what you're trying to do now. I mean, it's like every year there's a new tool that comes out that is super powerful and is going to solve so many problems. It's like, yeah, whatever works for you is what you should be using. Because a lot of these file types, and a lot of times, everybody's using the same file types. As long as you can get a file to be an FBX or an OBJ, it's like, okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter what tool you're using. So that's the point I'm trying to nail. And then this is the Cinemachine, which I'm sure some of you have seen. But that allowed me to drop in the camera angles, change between the actual shots, tracking shots, fire off the animations off of specific animators in the scene, and be able to preview it without having to press play and watch it at runtime. You could actually preview and down to the frame be able to map exactly at what stage a particle effect goes off or a sound effects plays. I mean, this is what's used for most games that are using Unity now, use Cinemachine for all their cinematics. And a lot of the animation is not done in Unity, but even if it is, and thanks to this tool, a lot of times it can be, like we use it, you're able to now get to this stage so much faster. All right, next slide. So what I want to do is just give you a brief run through of how MoveAI actually works. And because there's not too much space up here, I actually want to do it over in that back corner. So is that possible, or is this going to mess up with the stream? You know what? I could do it up here. I could do it up here, but I'm just gonna. I'll just move this chair. So give me 1 second as I set this up, and if you guys have any questions at this moment, please let me know. But I'm going to walk you through. So what I did. Oh, yes.
Question.
Yeah.
So the beanie that you were wearing in the last slide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that to get it to track your head better, or was that just because you felt like wearing a beanie?
Yes. I had longer hair at that point, and my hair is still pretty long now, and this can sometimes mess with the tracking of eyebrow movements, and I have very expressive eyebrows. Is that my phone? Yes. I have very expressive eyebrows, so it made sense for me to wear a beanie. And like I would be, like right now, it wouldn't make a difference if you're doing MoveAI capture because it's with the body, and it's with the body and fingers. So it doesn't specialize in face capture, and necessarily the fingers are, it's not really that high quality, but that is why you use the face capture tool, or you use another tool that's specific to that part of the body that you're trying to capture, like if it's the fingers or if it's the face. But one of the reasons why MoveAI has been so revolutionary is because it does one thing better than most other tools. It's foot placement. How many times have you been playing a game? And I literally actually was just playing, so funny, Spider-Man, the Insomniac one. And there's a crowd. And the dude is like, his feet are like shifting left and right. Like they put the root of the model is in like his waist. So he's just like sliding around. And it's a really, really low quality animation. I don't know how they got that in there, but I guarantee you somebody was just like, oh, this is the best we got, guys. They used some suit or some whatever like makeshift performance capture method, and they just threw it in the game. But this is a real issue. And one of the things that has really changed with this is that you're able to get accurate foot placement not only on the ground, but you can also step up on objects, right? So you can interact with things in a space. You could be sitting in a chair and it can still track your position. This is something that's been pretty revolutionary, essentially. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking iPhones, and what I did was I went on eBay and I searched for used iPhones. And why did I do that? Well, I'm not going to buy a new iPhone for this, but also when it comes to recording in a space, what do you think, when you are trying to set up cameras in a room, what do you think the biggest issue you're going to run into if you're working in a small space is? Right? Like right here. What do you think the biggest potential pitfall is that I might run into if I was using a camera to record this? Just like a normal camera. Anybody want to take a guess?
Going out of frame.
Going out of frame. Exactly. The reason why I'm using iPhones, and specifically iPhone 11s, is because that was the first time they introduced wide-angle lens. And wide-angle lens is revolutionary in capturing, because now you no longer need a space that is the size of this room to be able to capture the full body. I have, in my living room, it's like maybe a 5 foot by 4 foot space. And I'm able to set up these cameras and have them essentially like this. And actually save this one's. And I'll show a little bit because I can set up the wide angle here, I think. Oh no, this is not 11. Oh, this one was a 10. That was the brain. I set up the wrong camera. But essentially, it'll look just like this. I think I have one more. And my own phone itself, this is why it's fun. Doesn't matter which phone you use as a base. All you need is a minimum of 2 iPhones and some sort of brain. So that can be any iPhone. It could be like an iPhone 8, essentially. It's just the one that is capturing the data and uploading it to the server. So you need somebody to start and stop the recording. So with this phone, I'll actually turn it on. But you'll see wide angle. Most of the iPhones after 11 have the same wide angle lens. So you're able to set up like this high camera so you can see it. Just like that. And it's pretty remarkably wide. So in just this space alone, I probably would be able to use maybe like a 3.5 by 3 foot or 2 foot radius, or the volume, which is actually quite impressive with the fact of how close I am to these tripods. Now the way you would just record it is essentially I would have my brain. Let's see if I have another iPhone in here. Yes, I do have another iPhone in here. I would essentially have the brain sync up here, and I will load it up on the server. Now, some of these are not hooked up, so I'm not going to run through the actual recording, but I'm going to walk through the motions and simulate it as if I would be. And this is literally the process and how easy it is. So it's set up. How long did it take me to set up these cameras? As I was talking.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, right? Okay. I go into, essentially turn on Wi-Fi and Bluetooth of all these cameras. I stand where I'm going to be in the center. This is going to be my starting point for the calibration. Then you start clapping 3 times so it audio syncs if you're going to be doing any type of voice work, because it'll actually it will be able to track. It records the microphone, so if you're calling out or doing any type of acting, you can have an audio reference. Also, it will sync up all the clips very, very quickly automatically. So when you upload this to the server, it already has synced every single camera automatically, so your data is going to be perfectly in sync, and it's flawless. So what I'll do is I'll do my clap, my sync, but for calibration, I'll do essentially a Y pose. Yes?
Are you able to capture 2-dimensional? I mean, I assume it's planar just because, are you able to capture any kind of 2-dimensional audio?
It doesn't, it probably could, but it doesn't really do that. Right now, they don't have any tool that is able to differentiate, but that might be a future update that they release down the road.
But
because
are you able to obtain at least 4 separate videos that then you can extract audio in theory?
Yes. Yep, you get the audio of all 4 cameras and the synced version together. Yeah. So then I will do my Y pose. And my Y pose, the reason why I have open palms is so that it tracks my fingers. Now, you don't have to do finger tracking. If you don't care about fingers, you can do this, you can do whatever you want. When you get the data, that's going to be like this. And all you have to do is just take out the finger data, and then they'll be still, and then you can manually animate them later. Do whatever you want. Sometimes you might want to do that. Sometimes you don't care. Sometimes you're doing large scale, like, let's say you're doing like a battle simulator or something. You just need people running around. You don't care about the fingers. Yes?
With the fingers, like, could you record the fingers and then like go back and like adjust the animation afterwards?
Yes. So that is what I do. I will record the finger data, and they're already in the rig itself has the hands rigged. So I will then override it wherever it needs to be. And if I like the animation that I captured, I'll just leave it, right? Because the idea of animation cleanup is that is a really complicated process. For a very long time it has been, and it's been very time consuming. With this, not really, because a lot of the cleanup is done already through the AI. So it removes jitter. So it interpolates between the keyframes, and it kind of smoothens it out automatically, so you don't really have to worry about that. So I'll do the calibration. I'll walk up to every single camera, essentially wherever the bounds are, and I'd probably mark this out on the floor if I really wanted to be careful. You go through each one, all 4 cameras, and then you'll end in the center, and that's it. I hit stop on my brain device, and then I'll load up the new scene. So I'll just say, okay, this is this scene. And then if I want to record another scene, this is this scene. You just name out whatever the scene is that you're acting out. You can do as many as you want. You can record 100 scenes out in one session if you really wanted to. Personally, I would not recommend that. I would recommend doing a calibration, doing a few scenes, making sure that calibration works. And then you can process a test scene, go to the server, wait 15 minutes essentially, load it up on the desktop, check it out, see if it works. And then if it works, then go back, don't touch the cameras, but now you know the calibration works. So then you can keep doing the rest of the scenes, and you don't have to worry about any type of like miscalibration or misalignment with maybe feet positions or your arms if it didn't quite understand your orientation, because calibration is the most important step here. Yes?
Does it need to have like consistent lighting?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I have experimented with this. I have recorded in the day and at night to see if it would actually mess it up. And you can record it in dim lighting. It's not that clear, but it's less about the lighting in the environment and more about your contrast with your body. So I am wearing purple and teal. This is helpful as a point of contrast for the camera. Now, what you don't want to do is wear black. If you want to wear all black, how is it going to differentiate between this and this if you're just wearing all black? You want to make sure that what you're wearing has a high contrast to each other, but also don't wear baggy clothes, don't wear long sleeves. Like I'm wearing a t-shirt. I'd probably even tighten this up a bit so that I can see the actual definition of my body a little bit better. Because then you have the highest chance at getting more accurate position data. So once you would record the scene, let me see if I can see something really quick. Yeah. So what you would do is when you finish recording, or after the calibration, the normal scene would just be 3, clap, sync the audio, then a T pose, and that's it. And then you can act it out. Now, this whole process, as I've been doing this, is essentially real time. Like this is the real time amount of time that it takes to do this. Once I finish recording this, it will upload it to the server in about 15-20 minutes, and then I can then take that raw data, and that's when it will give me, like I showed you the process earlier, it will give you an opportunity to convert it to whatever format or file type that you want. It could be an FBX, it could be an OBJ. One of the greatest things about modern game engines, and especially newer versions of like Unreal or Blender and Unity, it's that you are able to use essentially a universal rig. Like there is a generally accepted format for rigs. But what Move AI has done a great job of is creating a system that allows you to quickly convert it to work with any tool that you want to use. And what I did was, as a test just a couple days ago, I took this capture data that I recorded in Charlotte, North Carolina, for one of the music videos for this project I'm working on. And then I put that onto 3 different avatar rigs, right? So one of them was a character creator one, which is very photorealistic. That's a really, really powerful tool. The other one was Ready Player Me. And then I actually forget what the third one was. But what I was trying to do was import all 3 of them into Unity to see if it would work. And it did, out of the box. And to be able to say that it worked out of the box and not having to do that much cleanup in order to get it looking to a point where I was comfortable showing it and using it ready for production in a film or in a short film or in the music video was groundbreaking. And again, the only costs that are really associated with this, the main costs, is the subscription to the service and the cameras themselves. Now, these cameras, so I have that one's a newer iPhone, but that's like my actual personal phone. For these phones, iPhone 11s, you can get these on eBay very cheap. So if you do want to acquire cheap iPhones, I do recommend going to eBay, but you don't have to get ones that are region-based because you're not using it for any type of phone plan or any type of reception. You just need the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Now, if you just need Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, you can get one that is region locked in another country, like Asia or somewhere in Europe, because then you can get them at a much, much greater discount. So that's what I did. I got these tripods. These are just Amazon. I got like each one of these is maybe like $15. And then the actual iPhones themselves, you can get them for maybe like $180 for a wide angle iPhone. Now, I understand $180 is still $180, but it's a one-time purchase. You have the iPhones, now you can produce as much animation as you want. And you can also use this animation and convert it to different file types that you can then mix with something like Mixamo or some other animation libraries that you like, right? Like the idea is you don't just have to be stuck with the performance capture. If you want to do manual keyframing, you can. But the idea is how can you, when you need to, set this up in 5 minutes and record and be able to have something that's ready for production and ready to use in a game in a fraction of the time, right? And that's it. That's how easy it is to do this. So what I recommend is I highly encourage, if you are not using a certain type of animation or using this type of animation in your projects, the reason why I would recommend doing this is not just so that you can use Move AI and use animation, but it's an introduction to you utilizing AI tools and tools that are solving these problems that game developers have had for so many years in a really, really cool way and affordable way. Because it's not just this, it's not just Move AI, like the other ones I was showing you. Luma is really, really great for essentially photo scanning environments. Like, you guys already know what Quixel is. Like the type of photorealistic environments that you can get, you can do that now on iPhones. And yes, you're not going to be getting like volcanoes in Iceland, but even with drones, like if any of you guys have drones, this type of technology is moving so fast. So just start to think about ways that you can really utilize this, right? That's what I really want to circle back on, is because this is moving so fast that every single month you're going to wake up and this stuff is going to be different. There's going to be a new tool coming out. Some new company is going to announce some major round of funding for this tech, or this company's acquiring this AI tool. This is going to keep happening for a while. And the expectation for you to be able to utilize this is going to keep growing. So as you are trying to enter into this industry, and trying to enter into a field of game development, no matter what field it is, be conscious and be mindful about what the limitations are now, what the expectations are for you to be able to perform at a high level, and try and look ahead and see what tools are coming out that is going to be changing the way that this job is done. Because if you're able to stay ahead of the curve on this and to be able to utilize the tools that are coming out now, you are going to be in a really, really great position to not only be able to produce high quality content for other companies that might be interested in utilizing this tech and bringing you onto the into their team, but also your ability to adapt and use tools and quickly be able to learn and apply it. That skill is going to grow as well. And that is one of the most important skills that you can have, is to be able to understand a concept and then apply it. The time it takes for you to do that is going to make the difference in everything that you do. Because if in games, if you're able to learn a concept and be able to apply it and then apply it in your game, this is one of the reasons why I love game development. It's one of the, I think it's the only like creative outlet on the planet that lets you apply like every skill that you have into it. No matter what it is, writing, programming, music, art, like animation, like anything that you like to do, if you are trying to do this on a computer, game development will allow you to utilize that in some way. So really focus on fine-tuning that skill, because this is a skill that will help you even outside of game development. This is a life skill that will mean so much to you. And even what you're doing here in school, like at university, when you're trying to learn something in a classroom and apply it on something, or apply on a project, or understand the concept enough to do well on an exam, that's the same idea. But this is the practical use case of of that idea. This is an opportunity for you to do this in a way that is really, truly meaningful, because the rest of the world, the eyes are on this tech. And there's these questions that are coming out with, well, are the jobs going to be replaced? Are humans going to be replaced by AI? Well, what are the new jobs that are going to be coming up? How do we harness that power of AI to do things that we could not do before? And if you're asking yourself that question and you're really focusing on that, you will put yourself in a really, really great position to be able to learn and acquire new knowledge, also be able to meet others that are doing the same thing, because they will find you and you will find them. Networking and finding others that are trying to learn things and do things like this is really, really key, because networking is everything. And if you even look at the IGDA, you look at developers here, everybody knows everybody for a reason. It's not like we just happen to hear about each other. It's like, no, we actually do try and meet everybody in the area and understand who's doing what, and that knowledge transfer is a thing. There's a sense of community here. And when you're outside of UMBC and you're going into the rest of the world, you're going to be meeting other developers that are also doing things like this and doing things with new tech and trying to use it in new ways. And that is really, really exciting. And that is, it's a really, really great opportunity to be able to find others that are also trying to build and understand the tech, because learning from others is also a great way to learn. And you'll experience that more as you're going into the workforce and outside the university and into the different game communities. But if this is something you really, really want to do and you want to work in the game industry, this is a really good excuse to go and meet some other cool people, because this tech is changing the world, it's changing the industry now, and you all have a chance to be at the forefront of that. So, next slide. That's it. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. I really appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, I don't know how we're doing on time.
It's 3:59.
Yeah.
3:59?
Yep.
Wow, on the dot almost. Okay, so we have about 30 seconds for questions if anybody wants to rapid fire or spitball them here. Otherwise, I'm happy to chat around. I'll be around for a little bit. But the next speaker is online or in person?
In person.
Okay, great. Cool. All right.
I guess the one thing I would say is when I mentioned Flask, when you were talking about
Yeah.
the one thing I could definitely say from what you said, the paid version of Move seems a lot better in terms of tracking, because Flask works, but hand tracking is almost non-existent in terms of what it can do. It's not really capable of that.
Seems to be.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Eric. I think maybe some of you are familiar with me. Whoops. Jeez. Cool. If not, I'm going to introduce myself real quick. I founded the Game Developers Club back in 2005. The years do go by fast. It doesn't seem that long ago to me, but it was quite a long time ago. To illustrate how long ago it was, Unity did not exist back then. We actually cobbled together a bunch of open source projects to make our own game engine. So I've seen it go from you have to kind of make your own game engine to Unity becoming a really big deal. And now we're at the point where AI generation is coming into game development. So I've seen a lot of changes over the years. We had the first ever DEC in 2006. Since graduating from college, I've been working in the game industry for quite a while. I worked at Firaxis Games for over a decade, worked on some titles that I think a lot of you will be familiar with, like Sid Meier's Civilization 5, Sid Meier's Civilization 6, XCOM Enemy Unknown. Before I left Firaxis, I was actually working on the Marvel Midnight Suns game, which was It was, quite interesting because when it came out at the end of last year, I got to play it. And to be honest, I thought I wouldn't like it because a lot of times I don't like playing the games I worked on because I just associate them with work so much. But I actually had a wonderful time with it. It was pretty interesting experience because I'd been off of it for a couple years. But right now, I'm a software engineer for a major tech company doing VR game development. Good. Whoops. Every time I don't know. You can't go back with that.
Scroll wheel.
Oh, scroll wheel? All right. Good to know. So I'm going to talk a little bit about careers in the game industry. One of the first things you should know is that it is hard work. I think as members of the Game Developers Club, I probably don't need to remind you of that, but it's always worth mentioning. There's that sort of famous old advertisement for one of these for-profit colleges where there's a couple of guys sitting around playing video games and this beautiful woman walks in and says, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And they're like, "Great, just tighten up the graphics on level 3." And like, it was so glad we entered the game industry. It's not like that. It's definitely not like playing games. It is very hard and very stressful and busy. This should be obvious, but just because you playing games doesn't mean you'll like making them. They're two very different things. I think it's really important to have that background and really love the subject matter of games, but what you're actually doing as a game developer is very different than playing them. In my case, as a software engineer, it's a lot of programming, and you have to really be passionate about programming in order to enjoy that job because, that's what the job is.
Just a heads up with the mouse.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep turning and reaching over. It'll still work if you hold it in your hand.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and just use it like a clicker.
Easier for you or not.
Yeah.
Basically.
Long hours, very common in the game industry. There's been a lot of back and forth on this, of course. Some companies have really tried to reform and, have done better than others at this. But, it's not unusual for companies to have really bad crunches where people are staying late over and over and over again, one night after another. If you're a college student in your early 20s and you love games and game development, you might say, "I'm cool with that." You might not feel cool with that when you're in your 30s or 40s or older, or even you don't even need to get that much older to get sick of it. I think if you've been through one bad crunch, you'll get sick of it pretty quickly, no matter what your age. Your job can be very stressful. That's a big deal. I was talking with my dad recently. He was retiring, and he was a scientist, a research scientist who studied ecology. And he talked about his job. You know, he's out in the forest doing research on the environment. And you know, the way he talked about it, he made it sound so fun. And I asked him, "Did you find work stressful?" And he's like, "No, not really." And that was just shocking to me, you know, because the game industry, and I think a lot of jobs, are very stressful. You know, the stress oftentimes follows you home. It makes it hard to sleep. You think about it on the weekend. So, you know, you know, there's a lot of weight to it. It's constantly changing. Our last speaker was demonstrating that very well. If you're someone who kind of gets stuck in their ways and is not able to adapt, you can easily fall behind. And, you know, not all fields are like that. You know, if you're a tax lawyer or something, it's probably going to be, I mean, tax laws change, but like the job itself is probably going to be very similar from one year to another. That's not necessarily the case in the game industry, so you have to be able to continually adapt. You're always learning new skills. It's a small industry where people, you know, a lot of people know each other. And, you know, you want to think about, of course, managing your reputation, because if you're a jerk to people, news is going to get out. People do move from company to company a lot. One kind of neat thing about Maryland is that there are a lot more game companies here than people realize. You know, I was talking to some people on the West Coast who I work with, and they were surprised when I said I was in Maryland, and they're like, "Oh, I thought you worked at Firaxis." I'm like, "Yeah, Firaxis is in Maryland." They're like, "Really?" I'm like, "We have a lot of game studios here, and like Bethesda Softworks is in Bethesda, Maryland." And they're like, "Really?" like it was a real surprise. Like the West Coast people think everything happens out there, but it doesn't. You know, one thing I've seen is a lot of new companies starting up, right? Like Oxide started from some people who had left Firaxis. Bit Reactor has started with some people who have left Firaxis. Jake Solomon, the creative director for XCOM, recently left, and looks like he's going to be starting his own studio, probably in Maryland. So there's a lot of local studios, and people tend to move around. So, you know, if you go from one place to another, you could be working with some familiar faces. Unfortunately, layoffs are common. This also really, you know, a lot like the crunch, your mileage may vary here. My career in the game industry, I actually didn't see that much in terms of layoffs. I definitely saw layoffs, but not something like an entire studio imploding. Whereas I've talked to other people who've worked in the game industry who it's like they got a job, they worked there for a couple years, they got laid off, they went into another studio, that studio closed, they moved across the country, they worked in another place for a year, then they got laid off. So some people have really rough experiences. In my case, you know, the layoffs that I saw would be, you know, at the very worst, like 10% of the company, which is still really bad, right? But you know, and then it would be like kind of an isolated incident. Like, you know, I saw a layoff at Firaxis after working there for a couple years, and then that was it. Like there wasn't another layoff for for a very long time, like many years. And then the layoff that came after that was like minuscule, you know. But there are other people who have much rougher experiences. So it's something to keep in mind. That the game industry is not necessarily the most stable place. But there's some really good things about it too. One thing about this talk, you know, I've given it many times before, and one thing I've seen in more recent years is some people, you know, really down on working in the game industry. And I definitely want to provide that reality check as I'm doing here, but at the same time, I think that there's certain people who had really awful experiences, And I think that there are some people who never actually worked in the game industry where it's a bit of sort of like sour grapes. And they're like, yeah, you know, working in the game industry is awful. I'm glad I never did that. But they never actually experienced it, right? In my experience, I'm incredibly thankful for my years in the game industry. You know, I'm still working in games, but not at a game company. You know, even though there are these issues with crunch, with layoffs, and stuff like that, it's really incredible to be working on something that you're passionate about. Most of your time as an adult is spent in the workplace. And you know, if you're doing something that feels like it's draining your soul, you know, that's not good. And the fact of the matter is that there are good jobs in the game industry. Yeah, some people have some awful experiences, as I described, where they get laid off like every couple years and have to move their whole family. But then there are other places like, you know, my experiences at Firaxis, where it was actually pretty stable and layoffs weren't very common. And the people who did get laid off got a job across the street at like ZeniMax Online or something. And it wasn't that big a deal, you know. And there were crunches, but the crunches weren't really all that bad, you know. So, well, it is true that there are bad things about the game industry, and there are people who have had really horrendous experiences in the game industry. I also know people who, you know, have been working in games for decades and love it and couldn't imagine doing anything else. So there are good parts to it too. Another advantage is your friends will think you're cool. I remember when I was graduating, people, you know, were graduating college. People were asking, oh, what are you doing after school? I'm like, oh, I'm going to go work in game development. I got a job in game development. And everyone thought that was cool. Even people who were not into video games thought that was incredibly cool. So that's fun. It's also fun, you know, when you meet new people, you know, especially if you've worked on titles that are really recognizable, you know. They might ask you, you know, kinds of boring questions adults ask each other when they meet. They're like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I work on games. And they're like, oh, what kind of games did you make? I'm like, oh, I worked on like Civilization 5. And you'd be shocked like how many people will recognize that and be like, oh my God, I love that game, you know. It's a really cool experience. So this is not just about the game industry. This is about all careers. But I think that in the game industry, when you're going into a job where you're expecting a lot of fulfillment, it's really important to keep this fact in mind. And it sounds a little cynical, but I think it's important to recognize. Companies are machines for generating profits for their investors. They are not machines for generating personal fulfillment for their employees. I know that sucks, but it's something that I think we have to acknowledge, because like one thing I've seen in some of my students, I should have mentioned, if you didn't already know, I sometimes will teach like a game development class actually in this very room here at UMBC, and I've been doing it for years. And I've seen some students get out and get into the game industry, and they get, and some, you know, really thrive and enjoy it, and some get very disillusioned quickly. Because they're doing work that they don't find the most compelling or the most interesting. And so I think it's important to kind of start from here. Like, if you're doing stuff that you find even kind of interesting, you're like way ahead of most other people in the world. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's kind of a hard truth, but I think that kind of setting your expectations from the beginning, you know, makes it easier to appreciate the good things that come along with having a job in the game industry. So let's talk a little bit about the different kinds of jobs in game development. Realistically, game development is a huge, you know, area, obviously. But these are just sort of some of the major roles that most people will fall into. You know, programming, art, design, production, which is a little less known, so I'll talk about that, and quality assurance or testing. So let's talk about each one. I'll start with game programmers, since that's me. So things to ask yourself if you're thinking about becoming a game programmer. One of the first things is, do you enjoy programming? The people I know who are really great and successful programmers in the game industry absolutely love programming. You know, I remember talking to a student once and they said, I don't like programming, but I like games, so I want to become a game programmer. And that's terrible logic. You know, we love programming so much. You know, when I would go out for lunch with coworkers, we'd talk about programming at lunch. I'd be at a party and have a few drinks and I'd meet another programmer, and we'd start talking about programming at a party, right? Like, that's how much I love programming, and the people who are really, really good and successful at it and a great fit for it love programming that much. So it's really important to have a passion, not just for games, but for programming if you want to be a game programmer. Do you enjoy creative problem solving? I think this is actually one of the really great things about being a programmer in the game industry. I've noticed that there are kind of different styles of programmers. There's some programmers who like to read a lot of books, like to memorize design patterns, like to learn APIs. And a lot of times they'll sort of like measure their expertise or their value as a programmer of like, well, I know these APIs. Or I know how to use these design patterns. And then there are other programmers who really like to figure things out for themselves and build stuff for themselves. And they might read the books. Of course, they'll learn the APIs when they need to, but they kind of more measure their accomplishments from what they built, from what they created. The latter is you know, much better for game programmers, because so much of what we do is really unique, right? If you're writing some business logic for a bank or something, what you're writing might be very similar to what a lot of people wrote before, and it could be very sufficient just to read some book on it and copy paste from Stack Overflow. But in game development, we oftentimes find ourselves having to solve novel problems. And you know, there's always the old saying, for this kind of programmer that likes to build things themselves, don't reinvent the wheel. That's a fair point. That is a fair criticism. At the same time, at least in a place like game development where creative problem solving is so important, I'd rather have a programmer that reinvents the wheel than one that doesn't know how wheels work. Another question is, would you rather do game design? You know, if someone's really interested in game design, I'd recommend going for that. If you have a programming background and are also interested in game design, that's actually a strong combination. You know, a lot of companies will have, it depends on, you know, the company, what they're called. You know, at Firaxis it might be called like a designer programmer. At another company it might be called like a technical designer. But a lot of companies will have design roles that involve, you know, some sort of programming or scripting. So it's actually a great combination to have both those skills. And if what's really driving you is game design, I would consider doing that. So what would your job be like if you get a job as a game programmer? It's constantly challenging. It's a very challenging, stressful job. There's no way of sugarcoating it. I mean, there's a lot of times when I think, you know, there's a couple things that I think are especially stressful about being a game programmer. One is the estimates for how long things are going to take. They're always short because there are always unexpected things that come up. And so you're constantly trying to meet deadlines that turned out to be unrealistic. I think another really stressful thing, I think this might be the thing I find most stressful, is there are oftentimes these really mysterious bugs. Sometimes bugs you don't even have repro steps for. You just have some report that some person experienced this problem. You don't even know how they got themselves into that situation. And there's immense pressure to solve it as quickly as possible. And because you don't know what the problem is, you don't even know how to reproduce it, sometimes you have no idea how long it's going to take to fix. and it feels very mysterious. And, that coupled with the time pressure, it's very, very stressful. It can be long hours. We talked about that. It's good pay, but less than you would get outside of games. So to illustrate this, like a junior programmer like out of college is going to get paid less, obviously. But like once you get into like the senior level programmers, like at a game company, probably making a 6-figure salary, which is good. The thing is that some positions outside of games pay massive amounts of money, right? So like if you got a job at, say, like Northrop Grumman or something, working on some of their, top secret tech, then you're looking at closer to $200,000 for like a senior engineer. If you're looking at Google or Meta or Amazon or Apple, we are in the hundreds, plural, of thousand, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 for a senior engineer. So these are extraordinarily high-paying jobs that make the, like $120,000 a year game programmer look pretty underpaid. But, if you're working in the game industry and you're making a 6-figure salary as a programmer, that's still really good, right? Like that's still a really good job. You're still probably making more than most of your friends, and you're working in games. So it's actually still a really good deal. Artists. So things to ask yourself, are you driven? Really, like there are so many people who want to do art, not just for games, but really anywhere as a career. This is just a very, very competitive field. So it's really important that, you have to stand out. And, it's really about, not being, one of the top in your class. It's about being one of the top, I don't want to say in the world, because it's not like you need to be the top 10 in the world or something, but like you're competing globally. You're not just competing against your classmates, you're competing against, thousands and thousands of people all around the world who want to make art for a living. So, really only the most driven people can make it. Yeah?
Could you talk about tools engineers and tech artists?
Sure, yeah, like it's that's sort of in the space between. I actually trimmed this this a little bit. I have a version of this that I do in my class, and it takes more than an hour. So I trimmed it a little bit. But we'll talk a little bit about tools engineers and tech artists, because they do kind of bridge the gap, and it's a very, very important role. So a tech artist, or I should say, maybe I'll start with a tools engineer. A tools engineer is really a specialization of a programmer. They're still a software engineer. They're a full software engineer. They're not like half a software engineer or something like that. They sort of build the tools that the artists or designers or any content creators will use. And it's actually a really important role. I think it's something that gets overlooked a lot. I've seen companies a lot when they try to make their own game engines, they'll go a little light on the tools. And companies like Epic, makers of Unreal and Unity, recognize that the tools are actually the most important part of the game engine, and they invest very, very heavily in them and put some very, top talent engineers on them. It's an important role, but it's not as, it's not as player-facing, obviously, as other roles in the game industry, but it's something really rewarding. I've done a lot of tools work in my career. It's something really rewarding because you get to interact directly with the people who are using what you create. You get to sit down with them at their desk and, talk through, their problems together and have the reward of sort of working together to find a solution. So that's really, really cool. Tech artists, they kind of bridge the gap between artists and programmers. They're very much in demand. Oftentimes tech artists will build like little tools and scripts, sometimes within the game engine, sometimes within a digital content creation tool like Max, Maya, or Blender. But that's a really valuable role as well. You know, kind of how I talked about how designers who can code, they have a lot of value, and it's a really great skill to have both. It's very true for technical artists as well. And I've actually seen technical artists, it's a very versatile position. I've seen technical artists then go into, engineering or other fields. You know, I saw a technical artist at my current job go from tech art to like a prototyping role where he was doing like design prototyping, which is really cool. Very cool positions. Artists, this is really true for everyone, not just artists. But are you willing to work on projects that aren't always your ideal? You know, I remember, the reason I put this on here is I remember talking to an artist who's a very good artist at Firaxis, very well respected senior artist, and his first game was a Barbie game. You know, he just did what he needed to do to get the experience to go elsewhere. And there's a lot of value in that. The hardest job to get in the game industry is your first job, by far. Once you have experience, hopping from one company to another isn't that big a deal. Getting the first job can be really, really rough. And I've seen people who are very talented really struggle at it. But what's interesting is I've seen some of those same people who really, really struggled to get that first job. Once they got the first job and once someone gave them a chance, their careers just took off. So it's tough. It's tough that first job is so hard to get. But one way to make that a little easier is to be more flexible. You know, your first job out of college does not have to be this amazing dream job. You know, my first game industry job was at Breakaway Games. Probably no one's ever heard of Breakaway, maybe you have. It was okay, you know, I had a lot of fun there. It wasn't like working on Civilization 5 or something like that, but I had a lot of fun, and it was a great way to get my start. And then once I had that game industry experience, it was so much easier to go to a place like Firaxis and get a position. So what would your job be like as an artist? One thing that I think is kind of not totally unique, but more the case in the game industry than a lot of other fields in art is there are a lot of challenging technical issues when you're an artist in the game industry, which might not be as much the case in other fields. When you're building art in games, you're building functional art, right? You're building art that has to perform in a piece of software. And, you know, that just by nature is a lot different than, you know, doing graphic design and making a poster or something like that. You know, if you're doing 3D modeling, you have to worry about how performant your model is, right? Which is not something that you'd really have to worry about in a lot of other fields. So game industry artists have to be, you know, I think it requires a lot more technical proficiency than some other fields of art. Tight deadlines. This is always something you have to know where to draw the line. You know, I've heard the saying, a game is never finished. It can be true with a work of art too. It's like kind of never finished. There's always something to polish or fix up, but you have to be able to respect the schedule, and you have to be able to leave it. You know, I think it might have actually been Soren Johnson who said games are never finished, they're just abandoned. It can kind of be the same way with art. And, you know, so you'll keep that in mind that, you know, this is probably true really for any professional artist. You're doing this professionally, you have to respect the schedule and the budget. It's definitely one of the better, like, quote unquote, real jobs for artists. Being in the game industry, I knew a lot of people from MICA, it's the local art college in Baltimore. And it just seems like, you know, so many MICA graduates either like went to work in the game industry and did pretty well for themselves, or they like became waiters. So it really, I mean, it's a really, you know, it's a good opportunity. Like for programmers, it might be like, oh, you're taking a pay cut going into the game industry. For artists, it's kind of like, it's a really good opportunity. It doesn't, artists don't get paid as much as programmers, but it's still decent, right? Like I know a lot of artists in the game industry, they, still own homes and have families and do all that good stuff. So it's definitely, it's a living wage. So designers, things to ask yourself. Are you willing to take direction? This is a big thing with game design. I think that a lot of people, and this may be less true with people in the Game Developers Club. I have some experience, but I know when I was a kid, like I had this kind of imagination that the great ideas I had in my head, other people were going to realize how amazing they were too. And I would just be able to go into some position where I just sort of dictate everything that happened, and a game gets made. But the truth of the matter is, even the most influential creative directors out there, they're working for a company typically. They could be indie, and we'll go into that later. But typically, they're working for a company, and there's investors, there's the publisher. There's a lot of other people with authority who are dictating some of the terms. So that's just kind of the reality of it. And of course, when you start out, you wouldn't be at like a creative director position anyway. You'd be somewhere down on the totem pole. So are you flexible and adaptable? This is really, really important in game design. Game design is so much a process of discovery. So you have to balance your vision against the realities of when you actually make it, when you actually prototype it. Is it actually fun? Are you getting feedback from your play testers, right? You have to, as I mentioned, adapt to, what the publisher wants, what your employer wants, what the investors want. And of course, you also have to worry about, I guess that was a couple slides down, but you have to worry about what resources your company has, right? Because chances are the grand vision you have is not going to actually be feasible. So, you have to balance against that as well. So it's a lot to adjust to. All right, do you have good communication skills? This is so important for a designer because oftentimes as a designer, you're not actually implementing your design. Sometimes you are. I did talk about technical designers, people are doing some scripting, stuff like that. But oftentimes, designers are trying to communicate through documents what they want the game to actually be like. And then, a programmer is going to go and implement that. So it's really, really important to be able to communicate your vision clearly. And it's also important to communicate your vision to other stakeholders, right? The publisher comes in and says, what are you building, right? A designer needs to be able to explain what they're building and why. Do you love spreadsheets? A lot of design can be minutia. It's not all about cool ideas. In fact, a lot of it is just about the sort of mechanics of a game and balancing everything. So what would your job be like as a game designer? Lots of trial and error. I mentioned this, I've said this before, game design is more a process of discovery than invention. At Firaxis, they have this saying, find the fun. And it literally means experiment until you find the fun. You don't create the fun, you more kind of find it. You explore around. So, this oftentimes means like a lot of prototyping, stuff like that. Balancing your vision against the realities of game development, I talked about that a lot. And it's not necessarily the fantasy you might have in your head. And the pay, pretty similar to artists. I mean, if you're a big creative director, obviously, you could potentially make quite a lot of money, but that's a little rarer. Producers, things to ask yourself. are you detail oriented? I should actually stop myself a second. I should explain what a producer is. Producers are kind of like leaders and managers in the game industry. So, like for example, like a title will have like oftentimes a lead producer and then like some associate or assistant producers, and their job is to keep all of the other disciplines organized and working together, right? So you're going to have a design team with like a lead designer, a creative director. You're going to have a programming team with a lead programmer. You're going to have, an art team with like an art director. And the producer's job is to keep everyone working together, everyone on schedule. They oftentimes will, schedule meetings. They'll work with the people above on the org chart, like the publisher and stuff like that, and to sort of communicate the vision, talk about the progress, talk about where the game is. So it's really sort of like a leadership / management role. So for this, things to ask yourself: are you detail-oriented and organized? I mean, as I said, producers are really about keeping the project organized. Are you a people person? This is a very, people-oriented job. Can you stay level-headed and calm? If things are looking bad and you're panicking and everyone's looking to you for leadership, that sends kind of the wrong message. So what would your job be like? You have to manage a team with constantly shifting priorities and resources, right? So priorities, I talked about this, how game design is like sort of a process of experimentation. You try things, they don't work out, plans change, resources change. Maybe the publisher says like, okay, we're gonna lay off 10% of people at all of our studios, just gone, right? It might not even be about your studio or your project. It's just the publisher wants to reduce headcount by 10%. Now you've lost some people. Maybe there's another project happening at your studio and that project's in trouble. Yeah?
One thing I've always been kind of interested about and curious about is for like creative directors or just overall producers, are you just kind of like on the next, like, I guess, when you're at that point on the totem pole, do you really get to do any of the stuff you, like, had trained to do? Like, all the programming and...
Oh, no. So a producer doesn't do any programming, and they oftentimes do not have a background in that. It's actually kind of a neat role for someone who's not a programmer or an artist, but still really wants to be involved in the game development process. So no, they never do any programming or art. I mean, I should say, there could be a tiny little indie studio somewhere, right, where someone's a producer but also does programming, right? But like a major studio, they're completely different career tracks. But yeah, so another example of shifting resources would be like, let's say you're at a studio and there's a title that's really in trouble. They might take people from another project and put them onto the one that's in trouble. And now if you're the producer of the project that's lost some people, now you have to make some adjustments. So it's tough. And a lot of times the disciplines, when I say disciplines, like programming, art, and design, they'll kind of be at odds with each other, Maybe making the last minute changes that design wants creates a risk for more bugs, and the programming team doesn't like that. Maybe what really, really looks good in a user interface isn't as functional as the designers would like, right? So there's these tensions between the disciplines that I think, producers can be helpful in learning out. But there's also the tension of, going against the schedule, like a lead designer or creative director on a project is probably always going to be wanting to push it more and more and more. And the producer has to be able to set some limits. and say like, hey, we're running out of money here. So it can be a tough role. A producer I had that I really liked described the role as parts therapist, part sports coach, and part drill sergeant. I think that's more the people aspect of the role, but I think there's a lot of truth to that. And it's similar like pay to like artists at first, but at more senior levels, and not unlike the designers at like a very senior level, you could be making quite a bit. Quality assurance, things to ask yourself. The most important thing for a QA tester is being good at written communication, in my opinion. Being good at games is great, but realistically, what QA testers produce is bug reports, right? And those bug reports have reproduction steps for the bugs, and the better written those are, the easier it is for the people who are going to receive those bugs. And the people who are receiving those bugs are receiving a lot of these bugs. Sometimes it depends on the circumstances, but, I remember being, like on XCOM Enemy Unknown and be working to 2 in the morning or something, and you just have all of these bugs, just tons of them. And you look at them and you can't imagine how you could ever finish all of them. And you don't really, right? Because we ship the game with some bugs. We run out of money at a certain point, right? But every second of the developer's time that a QA tester can save by writing clear reproduction steps is just so valuable. And I don't even think a lot of them realize this because they haven't been on the other side. But it's just the amount of change and efficiency that you get on the development side with well-written bug reports is huge, and it's so valuable when you're at that point where the team is already stretched so thin. So what would your job be like as a QA tester? Like constant testing, you're playing the same thing over and over and over again. It's kind of boring. It's not always very fun. Carefully writing bug reports. You get very tired of the game. It's really, I'm going to be honest, it's not great pay. Usually what it gets used as is like a stepping stone job, right? So someone will be a QA tester, then they'll become like a QA manager, then they'll become a producer, and then they can actually start to make some pretty good money. But it's usually, just sort of not great pay. Yeah?
Could you talk about the dichotomy between QA and design?
QA and design.
Like a QA has critique for a designer.
Oh, yes.
Like, the system's bad.
Yeah, so I think feedback from QA is very important because they play the game so much. One thing that really bothers me personally, I'm sure other people have other opinions maybe, but like personally what really bothers me is when feedback is written up as a bug. And I think that is an important thing to recognize, is that difference between giving design feedback and writing up bug reports. There is, depending on the software, I remember one kind of piece of software I was using at Firaxis, there was a way of closing bugs as by design, right? And so it's not the best, place to give that design feedback. But I do think that a well-run company, QA, has a way of giving design feedback in an appropriate channel. So that does not come through in bug reports. Yeah?
Outside of maybe UI and UX, is the feedback from quality assurance mostly something that programmers deal with, or is it something that both artists deal with alongside?
I would say designers would deal with it probably more than anyone. If there's a bug that gets assigned to programming, chances are or I should say, if there's feedback that's going to programming, chances are it is a bug. But if there's feedback about the game design itself, right, that would be more on the design side. I do think designers would deal with it more than others. But yeah, I mean, I still think it's really valuable to hear the feedback from QA as long as it's going through the right channel. We actually had a QA tester at Firaxis who had a lot of feedback, and it was good feedback. He eventually got hired as a designer. Yeah, so it happens, you know, and I think that's great. You know, it's oftentimes a stepping stone job, and if you're a QA tester and you become a designer, I think that's wonderful. I've seen a lot of QA testers, as I mentioned before, become producers and then become, or QA managers and then become producers, also a great path. So it can be a good path into the game industry for some people. But it's important to recognize that, you know, if you're starting out in QA, it is what it is, right? It's not a very great paying position, and it's, you know, and it's kind of a hard position. Yeah, so usually a stepping stone job. So other jobs, like there are all these other positions at a game company that support the company, right? Any company, any job that every company is going to need, right? There's going to be a game industry version of that, you know, like IT, marketing, community relations, human resources, you know, just all sorts of roles. And, you know, I've known people at game companies who are super passionate about playing games, and they want to be, you know, working at a game company, and then they might get an IT job there, or a marketing job, you know, or something like that, or even HR. So there are lots of ways that someone can participate in the game industry, even if they're not on the development side of things. I want to talk a little bit about creative freedom, because, you know, creative achievement is really one of the core benefits to working in the game industry. But as you might have gathered, you don't get unlimited creative freedom pretty much anywhere. And that's just something that, you know, you have to go in with the expectation knowing that's the case. You work on a team, and you have to share the vision with the other people in the team. The company has veto power over creative decisions. The schedule, the budget, and team skill set, they're all limiting factors. So you just have to keep this in mind and appreciate the places where you do have that opportunity to have creative achievement. It certainly happens, right? Just not as in an unbridled way as maybe a lot of us would like. Another thing to keep in mind is early on in your career, you have a much less influence, right? Starting out, you could be at the bottom of the totem pole and just not working on the most exciting stuff. It's important to remember when you're in that position that if you just got into the game industry at all, you're already on the path, right? Getting that first job is so hard and is such an achievement. And then past that, you know, you've got all this room for growth, and you have so much time. And it's difficult, I think, to really comprehend how much time you have. For a lot of people, their career lasts 40 plus years, right? And most of you have probably been alive about half that long, and probably can't even, you know, remember the first number of years that you were a very, very little kid. It is so long, you know. So if you've got like 40 years to get to that dream position, don't sweat it. If the first 5 years or so you're doing stuff that you don't find all that compelling yet, that's not really your vision, just keep walking the path, and of course be strategic, because it's easy for a career to get stalled out if you're not pushing for your own career growth. But do realize that, early on in your career, you're going to have to make some compromises just because you're the new person. So for a lot of, creative freedom, a lot of people say, let's go indie. And it's not a bad idea. I've had friends who really enjoy it, but it certainly comes with some caveats. this is true for any business owner, right? You're responsible for the whole business, not just developing the game. There's this one quote I love about entrepreneurship that's not a lot of people don't want to own a job, not a company. And basically what that means is they want to be their own boss. They want to have, control over how their job goes, right? But they don't want to be filing taxes or coming up with a business plan or figuring out monetization or figuring out advertising. But if you own a business, now that's all your responsibility, right? You can hire people to try to help with certain roles, but it's still all within your area of responsibility to make sure everything is getting done. So that's a lot, and it's something to think about. Sort of that difference between building a business versus building a game, or from the perspective of a lot of game developers, building your part of the game, right? Like I'm a programmer, oh man, it would be so great to own my own business because I could program whatever I wanted to program and no one could tell me no. But like that's not going to be a very viable business model, right? You need the other parts of it. It's always a good idea to register an LLC. There are lots of legal and financial reasons to do this that I'm not going to bother going into. If you're really interested in doing it, just read up on it. It's important to recognize that if you're developing any games, you're going into an extraordinarily crowded marketplace, and there's a lot of competition for consumers' attention, right? So discoverability is just a huge challenge. And to be honest, I think sometimes it feels kind of random. Sometimes you'll see on social media, like someone will post something and it won't gain much traction, and someone else will post the exact same picture or meme, and all of a sudden it will explode, right? There's just a lot of randomness. And if you want to really overcome that randomness, you need some sort of plan for how to market your title. Back in the day, that could have been advertising. I think now it probably more revolves around getting streamers to play your game. But you need some sort of plan. You can't just put something out on Steam and expect it to sell. Need a way to connect with customers. Actually, whoops, I keep doing that. Hold on. I want to back up a second. I think the idea of connecting with customers is really important. And I wanted to sort of pause on that, because I know I started talking about it, but I used to, I'll admit I was wrong to think this way, but I used to kind of like not think very highly of marketing, because marketing always seems so manipulative to me. And there was sort of certainly an aspect of that. But I also kind of felt like, hey, the developers, we're the ones, we're building the game. We're creating the value. And the marketers are just out there doing businessy stuff, right? I didn't really understand the value. But I came to kind of understand it later in my career. And I think the best way to illustrate this is, like, imagine you've got this person who's just like this master bladesmith who creates like the perfect fencing sword. And let's say he creates that sword and it just sits in his shop and it never makes its way into the hands of a swordsman, right? How much value did he create? Arguably zero, right? The value is created when the product is connected to the customer. The value of a game happens when people play it. And if no one plays it, then the game doesn't have its value. So marketing is actually extremely important. Marketing is how we unlock the value of the product we've created or the game we've created. So it's really important to a business. And if you're indie, you have to figure it out for yourself, probably. You may, it gets complicated because there's a million ways of going indie, right? You could be working for a publisher and maybe they'll take care of marketing. But then again, now you're kind of working for someone else, and it's kind of impacting your creative freedom. Publishers oftentimes don't give indie developers very good deals. So there are challenges with that, right? You could try hiring someone to market for you. You need to come up with the money for that somehow, right? You could get a publisher, as I mentioned, but that comes with strings attached. And another consideration if you're going indie, you need some funding for development. I think the fewer responsibilities you have in your life, the easier that would be. I think it would be a lot easier for, say, someone just getting out of college to go indie than it would be for someone in their 40s who has, a spouse and a few kids and a mortgage, right? So, funding is a concern. The crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing, I feel like it's still around, but it had its big moment, right? And
just from a lot of, I follow some indie projects here and there, and
yeah.
When news comes out about them, there's been a lot of failures in crowdfunding for a lot of
Yeah.
different services, and some are indie games, some of them are just fan projects for other things, and it paints a bad picture for crowdsourcing for a lot
Yeah.
of people. So.
Yeah, when it first came out, it was kind of a big thing, and I feel like a lot of people have kind of soured on it. But it's potentially still out there. You could have personal savings. I mean, this could be a really big thing if someone was frugal and saved up for a long time. I had a friend who became an indie developer and was indie for a long time, and he just saved a lot of money for a while. And I asked him what he was saving for. At the time, he didn't know. He just thought it was a good idea to save money. I think there was a lot of wisdom to that, because one day he decided he wanted to go indie, and he had enough money to sustain himself for quite a while. And then, he made some money off games, and he could sustain himself for longer. Another possible source of funding would be like support from like family or a significant other. I think sometimes maybe those people could get impatient, depending on how long it takes. But that's another possible way. Another thing about going indie is you have to think about monetizing your game. Gamers, we don't like thinking about that. We don't like microtransactions. We don't like ads in games. But games need to be monetized. And, maybe you can get people to pay up front. That can be hard. It can be hard to get people to pay, especially when it's a crowded marketplace and there are a lot of games going for really cheap, I saw, just this morning, I fired up Steam and an ad came up for some indie game that was 90% off and selling for $1.50 on Steam. And it's like, gee, how do you compete with that? This was from a better known indie developer, and they're letting their game go for $1.50. It's like, what are you?
AAA developers where games from a few years ago are back down. I think Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, they ended up at $4.
Yeah, so it's tough, and then, well, maybe you go the freemium route, and as gamers, we hate freemium, right? But you gotta monetize your game somehow. If you can't get people to pay for it up front, you gotta figure out how freemium could work. Maybe ads could work in your game. So there are uncomfortable things to think about. We'd all like to think, especially if we're going indie, about how to make the coolest game we can possibly make. And things like, freemium content and ads, they don't really fit into, I think, anyone's idea of the coolest game they could make. But you have to monetize your game somehow. You don't get benefits you get from working at a company, so like health insurance, like 401ks, that kind of stuff, PTO, right, paid time off, sick leave. And boundaries between work and personal life can become blurred. So there's some real challenges out there. And you don't have the same community as those working at a larger studio. John Schaefer is a guy I used to work with. He was the lead designer on Civ 5, and he had kind of a he went indie after being on Civ, and he had kind of a heartbreaking blog post about how hard his experience was. And these things I mentioned, like, oh, just boundaries between work and personal life, I just sort of like casually mention them, but like it's really something different to read about it from someone who's been through it. I know people who have had better experiences than John Schaefer as indie developers, so I don't want to say that his experience is what everyone experiences. But even the people I know who have had better experiences, John Schaefer's blog post really resonated with them. So if you're thinking about going indie, I would actually really recommend, you can probably just Google John Schaefer indie, and you can probably find his blog post about the challenges that he went through as an indie developer. Staying on task, staying motivated, the challenges of being isolated, and having those boundaries between work and personal life blurred. They're all major challenges. Some good news though, released products can become passive income, and that's fantastic. If you're a successful indie, now granted, a lot of people go indie and don't become successful, right? But if you're successful, I had a friend who had released a bunch of titles, and they would just make money for him, even when he wasn't working, so he could be off, traveling the world or something and not working and have money coming in from these titles he already released. So that's pretty cool. It's, even with some of the challenges I talked about, still the most creative freedom you can get in the game industry. Depending on your circumstances, you may have more or less creative freedom. I have seen some people kind of fall into a little bit of a trap where they go indie and they're like, okay, well, just to get some money coming in, I'll just take some like contracts and I'll do some contracting work for other people. And then at that point, you don't really have that much creative freedom. At that point, you're not really an indie developer, you're more of a contractor, right? So that's something that can kind of happen. But if you are able to really work on your own titles, yeah, that's going to be the most creative freedom you can get in the game industry. And while there are a lot of success stories, you do have to often also caution you that indies are more likely to go broke than to get rich. Of course, there are people like Notch who will create something like Minecraft and get unfathomably rich. But if you're just looking at that, that's kind of like survivor bias, right? Realistically, it's financially, it's a very challenging and risky thing. Earlier in your life, the chances are that the more able you're going to be able to take on that risk, right? So, if you're thinking about it and you're just about to graduate from college, now would be a great time to try it rather than later. So let's say you're like, okay, I don't want to mess with the indie stuff. I just want to get a job. One thing I noticed from all my experiences, when back in 2005, when I formed the club for the first time, everyone wanted to get a job at a AAA company. And then as the years went by, more and more people wanted to go off and become indies. It's kind of interesting how that changed. But let's say you decide you want to go work for a AAA game company. What do you do? Be passionate. I talked about that. You really have to stand out from the crowd. You have to have some game development experience before you get hired anywhere. How the Game Developers Club got formed in the first place was, I wanted to become a game developer since I was a little kid. And the game that inspired me was SimCity 2000. And I remember, being in like a finished room in the basement of my house, my childhood home, playing SimCity 2000, my dad coming downstairs and me telling him, I'm going to be a game developer. And I was right. So when I got to college, there was, through like a friend of a friend, there was like this internship opportunity at Maxis, the people who developed SimCity. And I was like, well, I want that. And they came back and said, I'm sorry, we're really looking for someone with prior experience. And I was like, what? I'm like, I'm doing the internship to get experience. What do I do? So I was like, okay. I was talking to a friend. I'm like, it would be really great if there was an organization on campus where I could get experience in game development, and that way I could break into the game industry. And my friend was really, into student government and student organization, and said, yeah, we can do that. You can start your own student organization. And here we are in the year 2023, and it's still here. And I got my job in the game industry. So that really does work, doing game development in your free time. I know a lot of people who've gone through the game club and who now are professional game developers. There were people who were with me the first year of the game club's existence, who were working with me at Firaxis, or were working at eventually other companies in the industry. So it does work, but it's also essential. You can't just go out and be like, I got a 4.0 GPA, and have them hire you. They really want to see that you have relevant experience. Make a portfolio. Obviously for artists it's essential. For programmers it can be good too, to kind of show off the projects you worked on and have something that you can point to. Be patient and persistent. I talked about this. I mean, I've seen this story over and over again in my career, because I've known, not just the people I went to school with, but a lot of other people since then who, I've seen like start as students and eventually get in the game industry. I've seen some of the most passionate, and talented people I know really struggle to get that first job and try over and over and over again, amazing number of times. I think there was one, I think that maybe spoke last year at DEC, who was a student of mine, and he had this list of all of the job applications he had, and it went on and on and on. It seemed like it would have been so discouraging. But then he got a job at EA Games, right? And now that he's in the industry, he's in the industry, right? But then I've seen like some of these people really take off once someone finally gives them a chance, and get into really, senior leadership positions and be very celebrated in their field. So don't take it personally if it's hard, because the truth is they don't know how good you are. And what they're looking for is a known quantity, which is why it's so important to do some of your own personal projects. Don't get discouraged. Try for an internship. This is a great idea, a wonderful way of starting. It's a sort of a low-risk investment for a company to hire an intern. And then, that's a way of sort of trying out a new person and seeing how they fit. I always tell people to be suspicious of unpaid internships. I've seen situations where I felt like people were getting taken advantage of. I'm very suspicious of unpaid internships. If you're going to work in game development without getting paid, you might as well be working on your own stuff, right? Like you could get some unpaid internship at, a game company, or you could just try going indie and making your own indie title, and that experience is probably more valuable than the unpaid internship, right? Very cynical view of unpaid internships. I would not go for them. Another way can be starting in QA and working your way up. I think this works better for some positions than others. The position I've seen that this works the best for is producers. The path I described, QA tester to QA manager to producer, I've seen people follow that path and then get into like a really good career position, right? I think going from like QA to programming, I don't think I've seen very much of that. That seems like a difficult jump. And it seems like if you were going to make that jump, you probably could have done it without the QA job. QA to art, maybe kind of similar. QA to design, we talked about earlier, yeah, I've seen that happen, but it hasn't felt as common to me, it might be a little bit more of a challenge. Networking is so important, going to, things like IGDA events, meeting people. I always tell people, try to get a mentor. Getting a mentor is kind of a neat trick because the mentor becomes personally invested in your success. And that means that they're going to advocate for you. So that's a really good situation. So you're not just getting knowledge, you're getting an industry contact, and you're not just getting an industry contact, you're getting an industry contact that's personally invested in your success. So I think there's a great deal of value for that. Okay. How are we doing on time, by the way?
Overtime.
Overtime. I always do that. I'm sorry about that. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Do you remember the name of that John Schaefer blog post? I looked on his Kickstarter. I found one called Growing a Game Company.
I don't know. You know what? I will try to find the post and I'll post it to, if I can find it, I'll post it on the Discord channel in the general discussion, because I mean it was very, very personal, but I think really, really valuable. Yeah.
What about like getting hired by like an established indie company? So not necessarily one that's like not guaranteed to go under, but like I'm thinking something like Yacht Club.
Sure. Yeah. I think especially as someone who's trying to get their first job, yeah, anywhere you can, really. The big thing I would steer away from is unpaid internships, but really if there's an established or not so established indie company, they're going to give you some money to do some game development in the field you want to be in, go for it. I would say. Definitely. Yeah?
To your point with the unpaid internships, I'm also personally against that too, and Oxide actually does paid art tests as well.
Nice.
Which that is good as well. Not the norm, but that's something that it's a quality company if they're doing that. One other thing that I've always been suspicious of now is when people try to get your services to do like a Discord indie project.
Yeah.
A lot of those I'm like, I don't want to go with something that's unproven.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's totally fair. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah?
Somebody had a question in the Discord. What do you do to stay up to date on new techniques or tools after you've gotten your start in the industry? I'm in QA as an in-between to go into programming. Okay,
great. I think the best way, at least there are a number of ways. One of the things that's really worked for me is just talking with other programmers. You learn so much. But of course, another great way is through personal projects. And I talked about, just how important those personal projects are. I've definitely had situations where I did a personal project where I was playing around for fun. I tried something out of my comfort zone that was different than things that I'd worked on before. And then like a year or two later in the game industry, that same thing came up again. So I'd say like the two biggest things I would recommend are working on personal projects that really challenge your comfort zone, and also just talking to other engineers. You learn so much from other people that, there's a lot of value in that.
Someone is typing.
Okay, I got another question here.
How are Git repos set up and managed in larger companies?
In game companies, they usually aren't. Git is not nearly as popular as Perforce in game companies, in my experience. Yeah, I mean, from my source control experience, Breakaway Perforce, for Axis Perforce. I worked at Oxide briefly, Perforce.
Also, like DevOps as well, for like managing for like production as well, or QA.
Yeah. So, you know, yeah, like a lot of places outside of games use Git, but Git's not as good for large binary files, and game industry has a lot of large binary files, and yeah, we tend to use Perforce. So, yeah.
Somebody, Savannah had a question in the Discord. She says, "Hi Eric, hope you've been well. How has your experience at your company been? Can you speak on that at all?"
Sure. Yeah, I'll try to talk about that a little bit. Hi, Savannah. Savannah was a student of mine. We were together at Firaxis as well. Yeah, so I've been kind of coy about my current company because if I mention the company's name, I'm speaking as an employee of that company, and there's a whole approval process with lawyers and everything. I work at a big tech company. You can probably guess which one, because I work with VR. It has been really, really different, and it was a very hard transition for me. The bigger companies have a lot of structure to them, and it makes everything harder in terms of moving forward. Like if you're working at Firaxis Games, you want to make a change, you can just sort of like, type up something and you can just check it in, right? If you're working at a big tech company, and I think they're really kind of all like this, not just where I work, you have to like put together like a diff with a description and a test plan and videos. This is just a test to check in some code. And more recently, they're like, oh my God, did you do a privacy review? Are you collecting any data with this change in your code? You might need to talk to some lawyers if you are. So every time, I think I work at about a quarter the speed as I did at Firaxis, which is funny because a lot of these big tech companies are talking about efficiency and they're like, well, what if we fired a bunch of people? Really, there's so much process in there that makes it so much slower, which is a big part of it. I mean, that was a very hard adjustment for me. But there are advantages. And as I talked about, one of the biggest is the difference in pay is astounding. You know, it's just as frustrated as I get with all of the pressure that comes with a big company, and the processes, I should say, not just the pressure. I mean, going back to the game industry, I'd be cutting my income by a third or a quarter. Like it's just like, boop, shunk. Like, so the fact that I can still work in games and make that kind of income is very valuable to me. And there's not as much crunch, really. So that's another huge advantage. Like one of the reasons I left Firaxis is I was looking at Midnight Suns and I thought that it was going to move in a bad direction. I didn't want to go through a crunch like I did on XCOM Enemy Unknown. So I started looking other places. And my sort of vision was to work in games, but not at a game company. Although I did interview at Riot too, just because, I mean, they reached out to me. I'm like, I might as well interview with them. So it was a really interesting experience. I interviewed a lot of big companies that like major tech companies. And at the end of the day, it was really fun. I got them to bid over me, which was really neat. Like one of the companies I interviewed at was Amazon for AWS. I didn't want to work in AWS, I'll be honest. But they called me up. I remember, it was in 2020, I was building a desk. And I get this call from this recruiter at Amazon. They're like, we'd like you to come work at AWS. And I'm still building the desk. I didn't stop building the desk. I'm like, why? Why me? I'm a game developer. And they're like, well, you have a lot of experience with C++. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll interview. Because I knew that if I got an offer from them, I could use it to negotiate. So I learned how to do like web development. It was weird because I didn't know how to do any of that stuff. But it was 2020. I was stuck at home. So I learned all sorts of things about, how to architect like these sorts of like cloud-based services. And it was surreal being in the interview because it actually worked. It was like this interview, and they're asking me like, well, how would you, build a cloud service to do X? I was actually able to answer it because I'd been studying so hard. And at the end, he had asked what technologies I would use. I'm like, I have no idea. I've never done this before. Everything I just learned from reading. It was very surprising. But then another part of the interview, they had me like program a load balancer in C++ that combined a number of different load balancing techniques that I just learned about. And it felt like an out-of-body experience. I couldn't believe I was actually doing it. But it was great because then Amazon's like, well, we really want this guy. I had an offer, from another company. I let him compete over me. So that was a really weird and kind of thrilling experience. But so it was a really tough transition coming to the bigger company that has so many other processes. But in a lot of ways, I feel like it was very valuable. It really expanded my horizons. I remember when I first got to the company I'm at now, I was just overwhelmed with how much in-house tech they had. We were talking about source control solutions like Git, Perforce, whatever. The company I'm working at now, they made their own version, their own fork of a source control solution. Everything's in-house, the messaging system is in-house, right? Like instead of Slack, we have our own thing, right? So all of this in-house technology is really amazing and kind of overwhelming to see and very, very cool to experience. So there are definitely some nice things about it. Do you have your hand?
Sure. I was going to ask, was the pay scale, because you mentioned that your pay increased dramatically when you moved to a new company. Was the pay scale like across the board higher in terms of positions, or was it just within programming?
Within programming, I think especially, but across the board, like the major tech companies, I didn't know how much they paid. And that's one thing I've tried to tell students now is like, no, this is like a totally different thing. Like this is on a different scale than like you might even be imagining, I had a student, I learned about it through a student I had who got an offer at Amazon for, he was going to make, and he wasn't just out of school, he had like a couple years experience, but he was like going to make like $250,000 a year. And I was like, I didn't know the incomes went that high. Like I just didn't know. No one ever told me. I thought I was doing pretty well, making 100-some K a year. I was like, and then when I was looking for a job, I'm like, I was gonna want to work in games for outside the game industry. I was thinking about that, like the potential there. Now it's obviously been tough, right? Because big tech has had a lot of layoffs recently. It has not looked like as stable or rosy a place as maybe it used to be. But I still have my job. A lot of the coworkers I've been working with still have their jobs, and it still pays really well.
Cool. Any more questions? All right.
Yeah.
In interviews for programming positions, how big are like coding tests?
Yeah, that's actually another thing that was different between the game industry and working big tech. Big tech, coding questions are really important, especially for more junior roles, but even more senior roles. If let's say you're interviewing at Google or Meta or Apple or something like that, you're looking at a junior programming position, you're probably mostly doing coding problems, so people go on like LeetCode or something to practice these algorithm problems. They're pretty controversial because you can be really good at LeetCode, but like not a good engineer for a company. So they can be kind of controversial, but I do think they demonstrate a few things. One, in order to do well in them, you have to be smart. Two, you have to have a good understanding of computer science fundamentals. And three, you have to be hardworking because pretty much anyone is going to have to practice these for the interview. So they do an okay job for selecting, even though they're far from perfect. The game industry, I haven't seen coding tests used as much. I don't think we use them much at all at Firaxis. I interviewed at Riot 2, and they had a coding test, but it felt kind of kind of lighter than what I experienced at the big tech companies. So like the Riot interview was more like chatting with you and like learning about your technical skills and your background. There was an algorithms test that was online, and it felt like somewhat easier problems to me. And then there was like a bigger like take-home assignment that was a little bit more complicated, and they were just kind of, I guess, trying to get an idea for your skills. But it didn't seem like as much of a focus. It was more like they were kind of interviewing you and getting to know you in that interview, which was kind of what I experienced at Firaxis. And sometimes the game industry, interviews will have technical questions. They'll ask like, oh, what's the difference between a dot product and a cross product, or something like that, or, sometimes they'll ask like a more esoteric question about language, like someone once asked me what a covariant return type was. But then on the like more senior levels at like a big tech company, they start asking like these software design questions, and those start to become a little bit more important than like the leak code questions, but they still ask the leak code questions. Yeah, I'd say if you're going for a game company, like it never hurts if you're interviewing at companies as a programmer to go on leak code and like get a feel for it. Because even at a game company, you might be asked that kind of question, but game companies, I think, are a little less into those kinds of questions than some other software companies.
Cool. Any more questions? All right. Thank you, Eric. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.